Welcome to the Timeless Tales Library, where stories unfold like silk ribbons guiding you toward peaceful dreams. I'm Oliver, your host, and tonight I'll be sharing 6 hours of relaxing fairy tales to ease your mind and guide you gently toward sleep. The Timeless Tales Library is made possible by listeners like you. If you've found comfort here, please subscribe and help us continue creating these peaceful stories. As you settle in, comment below and let me know where you are in the world tonight, and share a magical realm you dream of a story taking you to, perhaps an enchanted cottage deep in a whispering forest, a castle floating among silvery clouds, a serene village where lanterns glow at twilight, or a secret garden where roses bloom under starlight. Your ideas keep our little library glowing bright. Take a deep breath and let your day's thoughts unravel. You are stepping into the whispering grove within the Timeless Tales Library. This hall is lined with shelves carved like ancient trees, their branches entwined overhead, glowing faintly. The books here murmur softly, like leaves in a breeze, each carrying secrets of faraway lands, forgotten dreams, and hidden adventures. Feel the support of your bed beneath you, grounding you as your mind wanders through this magical grove. Relax your jaw, your arms, your legs. Let the soft whispers of the library trees wrap you in calm. Walk slowly among the towering shelves. Let the stories of the grove flow into your mind, carrying you deeper into peace and gentle dreaming. Beauty and the Beast, the librarian's quest. The cobblestone path wound through lavender fields that glowed soft purple in the dying light, each stone worn smooth by countless gentle footsteps. Eleanor pulled her woolen cloak closer as evening mist began to rise from the valleys below, carrying with it the sweet scent of jasmine and old parchment, an unusual combination that made her pause and breathe deeply, her senses awakened by the unique perfume of her journey's end. This scent was not one of common earth or ordinary air. It was the fragrance of stories yet to be told, of history whispered in forgotten corners, and of a promised wonder that had drawn her from the mundane comforts of her familiar life. For days, the world had been a blur of rolling hills and shifting skies, but this specific aroma, this marriage of floral sweetness and intellectual age, was the first concrete sign that she was nearing her destination, a destination that until now had existed only as a persistent rumor. She had been walking for 3 days now, following rumors of a library that existed somewhere between the waking world and dreams. As the village librarian of Millbrook, Eleanor had spent her life surrounded by books, but lately she felt as though something was missing, some deeper magic that dwelt within stories, but had grown quiet in her daily routine of stamping cards and organizing shelves. The predictable rhythm of her days had begun to feel like a cage, its bars woven from the familiar and the repetitive. She yearned for the kind of awe she had felt as a child, lost in a book for the first time, believing completely in its world. The magic, it seemed, had leached from her work, leaving behind only the mechanics of lending and returning. She craved a rekindling of that flame, a return to the essence of what had made her fall in love with books in the first place, and so she had set out on this unlikely quest, her only guide a collection of half-whispered tales, and the unshakable certainty in her own heart that there was more to be found. The path curved around a hill crowned with ancient oak trees, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she almost understood. The sound was a sibilant soughing, like the turning of a million pages all at once, a susurrus that seemed to promise ancient lore and forgotten truths. Beyond them, through gaps in their silvered branches, Eleanor glimpsed something that made her heart flutter like a butterfly testing its wings. A tower of pale stone that seemed to glow from within, its windows warm with honey-colored light. It was an impossible structure, a building that seemed to defy the laws of gravity and reason, and yet it stood there, solid and inviting. The light emanating from its windows was unlike any she had ever seen. It was not the harsh glare of an electric bulb or the flickering dance of a candle flame, but a soft, steady radiance that seemed to come from the very pages of the books within, as if the light were a manifestation of their shared wisdom and warmth. It was a beacon for a soul that had been lost in the fog of routine. As she drew closer, the building revealed itself to be far grander than any tower. It was a library that defied earthly architecture, with walls that curved like sleeping cats and doorways shaped like crescent moons. Ivy covered much of the structure, but this ivy was unusual, bearing flowers that changed color as she watched, from deep rose to soft amber to the palest blue of a morning sky, a living tapestry that reflected the fleeting beauty of a dream. The library was a building of impossibilities, its lines flowing with an organic grace that no human architect could ever replicate. It felt less like a structure and more like a living thing, breathing in the mist of the valley and holding its secrets close. The very stone of the walls seemed to hum with a quiet energy, a low-level vibration that resonated with Eleanor's own deepest longings, telling her she had found her way home. The great wooden door stood slightly ajar, and from within came the sound she had longed to hear, the gentle rustling of turning pages, accompanied by what might have been very quiet laughter, or perhaps just the wind playing among the shelves. It was a symphony of silence, a melody made of absence and suggestion. The rustling of the pages was a sound of profound intimacy, a whisper shared between a book and its reader, and the faint laughter, a sound of shared joy and quiet discovery. It was an invitation, a gentle pull from the heart of the library, and Eleanor felt every fiber of her being responding to its call. This place wasn't just a repository of knowledge, it was a sanctuary for stories, a place where they were not just held but celebrated, and she knew with absolute certainty that her long journey was over. Eleanor pushed the door open with reverent hands and stepped inside. The air within was cool and smelled of paper and old magic, the same unusual combination she had noticed on the path. The scent was stronger here, a rich blend of wisdom and history, a comforting blanket that wrapped itself around her. The interior took her breath away. Shelves stretched impossibly high, disappearing into shadows that seemed soft rather than dark. The shadows were not places of fear but of quiet contemplation, a space for secrets and introspection. Books of every size and color lined the walls, some glowing faintly, their pages emanating a soft light like fireflies, others whispering almost inaudibly to themselves, a constant murmur of forgotten narratives and new ideas. Floating candles drifted lazily through the air, casting pools of warm light that moved like slow dancers across the mahogany floors. They were not tethered to anything, they moved with an ethereal grace, their flames flickering to the silent rhythm of the library, their light illuminating small corners and revealing hidden titles on the shelves. It was a world of wonder and quiet enchantment, and Eleanor felt the years of her routine-bound life fall away like an old coat. "You've been travelling long," said a voice gentle as silk, and Eleanor turned to see a figure emerging from between the stacks. His voice was a physical presence, a soothing sound that seemed to calm the frantic beating of her heart. He was tall and graceful, with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held depths of kindness like deep pools of ancient wisdom. His clothes seemed to be cut from twilight itself, a long coat that shimmered between deep blue and violet, and a vest embroidered with tiny silver stars that actually twinkled, as if he carried a piece of the night sky with him. Though his face was youthful, there was something ancient in his expression, as if he had been waiting in this place for longer than memory could hold, a guardian of stories who had watched ages pass from within these hallowed walls. He was a being of a different time, of a different existence, a product of the very magic of the place he inhabited. "I am Adrian," he said, offering a slight bow. "Welcome to the Library of Gentle Shadows." The name was a perfect fit, capturing the soft, hushed quality of the place, where light and shadow coexisted in perfect harmony. "Eleanor," she replied, finding her voice softer than usual in this hushed space, as if she were a character in a story, speaking her first lines. "I've heard stories, but I wasn't certain I would find you." The uncertainty of her quest had been a constant companion, a nagging doubt that whispered she was chasing a beautiful illusion. But now, standing here, she knew the whispers of her heart had been true. "The library finds those who need it most," Adrian said with a smile that seemed to light the very air around him, a genuine, profound joy that radiated from him like a warm sunbeam. "You look weary, dear Eleanor. Come, let me show you something beautiful." His words were an offer of comfort and wonder, a promise that the magic she had been seeking was within her reach. He wasn't just a librarian, he was a guide, a gentle hand leading her deeper into a world she had only ever dreamed of. He led her deeper into the library, past shelves where books occasionally fluttered their pages like birds preening their feathers, a subtle living motion that revealed their inherent vitality. Eleanor noticed that some volumes were bound in what looked like rose petals, their pages still holding the delicate texture and scent of a summer garden, others in scales that caught the light like opals, a shimmering rainbow of reflected beauty, and still others in leather so soft it might have been clouds pressed flat, bound in the very substance of dreams. Each book was a work of art, a unique vessel for the story within, its exterior a testament to the love and care with which it had been created. They climbed a spiral staircase made of what appeared to be crystallized moonbeams, each step chiming softly under their feet like distant bells, a clear, sweet sound that echoed the purity of the moonlight from which it was made. At the top, Adrian opened a door shaped like an enormous book, its spine and cover intricately carved with symbols of knowledge and story. They stepped onto a balcony that overlooked the main floor of the library, a breathtaking vantage point from which to witness the true magic of the place. Below them, the floating candles looked like a constellation of stars, and the hushed whispers of the books seemed to rise up to them like a silent symphony. "Watch," Adrian whispered, and as the last light of day faded from the windows, something magical began to happen. The transition from day to night was not a darkening of the world, but a deepening of its magic. The entire library seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. The books began to sing. It started as the faintest humming, like bees in a summer garden, a collective vibration of story and song. But slowly it grew into a harmony of voices telling wordless stories, a melody of emotion and memory that needed no words to convey its meaning. Some books opened themselves and let their words float out like golden butterflies, each word a shimmering, luminous creature that spelled brief poems in the air before dissolving into sparkling dust, a transient but beautiful expression of literary art. Others projected soft images above their pages, castles made of clouds, gardens where flowers bloomed and faded in endless gentle cycles, ships sailing on seas of starlight, a silent film of dreams made real. It was a magnificent, awe-inspiring display, a celebration of the life and love contained within every volume. "They're alive," Eleanor breathed, her voice filled with a reverence so profound it was almost a prayer. Her heart felt as though it would burst from her chest, so full was it with wonder and a deep sense of homecoming. "All books are alive," Adrian said, his voice warm with affection as he watched the nightly awakening. "But here, they're free to show it. Each one holds not just its story, but the dreams of everyone who has ever loved it." He was not just speaking of the physical books, but of the stories themselves, of the collective consciousness and shared emotion that gives life to a narrative. It was a powerful and beautiful idea that every time a reader connected with a story, they infused it with a piece of their own soul. Below them, a particularly plump volume, bound in midnight blue, opened itself and released a small dragon no bigger than a hummingbird. The creature was made entirely of silver light and flew in lazy loops around the floating candles, leaving trails of glittering dust that smelled of cinnamon and old paper. It was a tangible manifestation of the imagination, a creature of pure fantasy made real by the magic of the library. It was the kind of thing that would have been confined to a child's mind in her world, but here it existed as a physical, breathing entity of light and scent. "How long have you been here?" Eleanor asked, watching Adrian's face in the soft glow. There was something about him that reminded her of the heroes in fairy tales, beautiful but somehow removed from the world, as if he existed in the space between reality and story, a guardian of a magical realm who had become as much a part of it as the books themselves. "Time moves strangely here," he said, and for a moment something like sadness flickered across his features. The fleeting look was a window into a vast history, a hint of the long, lonely years he had spent as the sole keeper of this place. Sometimes it feels like yesterday I first walked through those doors. Sometimes it feels like centuries. He spoke of time not as a linear progression, but as a fluid, subjective experience, a concept that had lost its meaning in a place where eternity was measured in stories, not years. Eleanor sensed there was more to his story, a deep and complex history that had shaped him into the being he was now, but something in his expression suggested it was not yet time for that telling. There were boundaries in this magical place, unspoken rules of respect and patience. Instead, she asked, "May I stay tonight? I feel as though I've been searching for this place my whole life." The weariness of her journey was not just physical, it was a soul-deep exhaustion that only the right kind of rest could cure. "You may stay as long as you wish," Adrian said, and his smile returned like sunrise after rain, illuminating his face and the space around him with a renewed gentle light. His joy was a thing of beauty, a stark contrast to the fleeting sorrow she had seen. "Come, let me show you the reading room." He led her to a circular chamber lined with chairs so comfortable they seemed to embrace whoever sat in them. The chairs were not just pieces of furniture, they were entities of comfort, each one a promise of solace and stillness. Each chair faced a fireplace that burned with flames of different colors, some blue as summer skies, others green as spring grass, still others the warm orange of harvest moons. The fire made no crackling sound, only a gentle whisper like distant lullabies, a sound that lulled the senses and soothed the spirit. The multicolored flames cast a warm, shifting light around the room, making it feel like a sanctuary, a place of peace and safety. "Choose a chair," Adrian said. "Each one attunes to its occupant's heart." This was not a choice based on aesthetics, but on intuition, a connection between a person and an object designed to provide comfort. Eleanor selected a chair upholstered in fabric that felt like rose petals, and discovered that it was exactly the right firmness for her back, the perfect height for her feet to rest flat on the floor. It was a small miracle of fit, as if the chair had been waiting for her all along. As soon as she settled into it, the chair began to emit a barely perceptible warmth, as if it were sharing its own contentment with her, a silent, comforting communication. Adrian took the chair beside hers, and Eleanor noticed that his chair seemed to be made of polished wood that reflected the firelight in patterns like constellations, a silent acknowledgement of his connection to the cosmic and the eternal. "Tell me about your library," he said, "the one in your waking world." He was not just asking out of curiosity, he was offering a space for her to share her own story, to connect her world to his. So Eleanor told him about Millbrook and her little library with its creaking floors and the way the afternoon light fell across the reading tables, a description that conjured a familiar, comforting picture. She told him about Mrs. Chen, who came every Tuesday for romance novels, and young Tommy, who devoured adventure stories faster than she could order new ones. She spoke of the quiet satisfaction of helping people find exactly the book they needed, sometimes without them even knowing they needed it. She spoke with a quiet passion about her work, a passion that she had almost forgotten she possessed, a deep-seated love for the act of connecting people with stories. But lately, she admitted, it feels as though something is missing, the magic I used to feel when I first discovered books. It's grown dim. The confession was a relief, a release of a burden she had carried for too long. Adrian nodded thoughtfully. Magic needs tending, like a garden. Perhaps yours simply needs fresh soil. His words were a balm, a gentle reassurance that her feeling of loss was not a sign of failure, but a signal for a new beginning. He saw her struggle not as a lack of passion, but as a need for replenishment. As they talked, books began drifting down from the shelves like autumn leaves, settling gently on side tables within easy reach. They were not just a random selection, they were a curation of stories chosen specifically for her, an offering from the library itself. Eleanor picked up one bound in covers that looked like butterfly wings, and found it contained pressed flowers that released tiny puffs of fragrance when she turned the pages. The story within was told entirely in pressed petals and leaves, telling the tale of a garden that bloomed in different seasons, simultaneously, a beautiful and impossible concept made real through the art of the book. "How extraordinary," she murmured, running her finger along a page where a rose petal formed the shape of a dancing woman. It was a language she didn't need to read with her eyes, but with her heart and her senses. That one belonged to a botanist who fell in love with every flower she studied, Adrian said. When she passed, her love for growing things transformed her research notes into something more. His words explained the magic not as a supernatural force, but as a direct result of love and passion. The book was a living legacy of a soul who had poured her heart into her work. Book after book presented itself to Eleanor throughout the evening, each more wondrous than the last. There was a cookbook whose recipes changed based on the reader's mood, a volume of poetry where the words rearranged themselves to create new meanings, and a children's story that painted its illustrations directly onto the air above the pages. They were not just books, they were experiences, each one a unique interaction between story and reader. Eleanor felt the dim magic within her begin to glow again, fed by the constant stream of wonders. But it was Adrian himself who fascinated Eleanor most. He moved through the library like someone intimately familiar with every book's personality, sometimes pausing to whisper soothingly to a volume that seemed restless, as if it were a child needing comfort, other times chuckling softly at what appeared to be a book telling him jokes. His hands, she noticed, were gentle and careful, treating each tome like a beloved friend, a silent testament to the deep bond he shared with them. "You love them," she observed, as he coaxed a shy book of lullabies to share its music. Her words were a statement of simple truth, an observation of a love so profound it was almost visible. "They saved me," he said simply, then seemed surprised at his own honesty. The words came from a place of deep truth, a place he hadn't intended to reveal, and Eleanor felt a wave of empathy for him. Saved you from what? Her question was not born of idle curiosity, but of a sincere desire to understand the man who had become the heart of this magical place. Adrian was quiet for a long moment, watching the tiny light dragons still circling the candles. When he spoke, his voice was soft as falling snow, a fragile, beautiful sound. Loneliness, anger, despair, all the things that can turn a heart to stone. He spoke of the darkness he had faced, a darkness that was as much a part of his history as the light he now embodied. Eleanor waited, sensing he needed space to find his words. She did not press him, but simply offered her quiet presence, a silent show of support. I was difficult once, he continued, proud and impatient and unkind. I thought knowledge was power, and power was meant to be hoarded. He gestured around them. This was my library then, and I kept it locked away from the world. I allowed no visitors, shared no stories, gave nothing of myself to others. His words painted a picture of a man who had built a kingdom of knowledge only to become a prisoner within its walls. A king who ruled over silence and solitude. What changed? The question hung in the air, the turning point in his epic story. A curse, Adrian said, but he said it with such peace that it sounded almost like a blessing. A wise woman came to my door one winter night, seeking shelter and a book to read by the fire. I turned her away. He touched his chest, just over his heart. She told me that since I had no warmth to offer others, I would find no warmth in return, until someone came who could see beauty in stories and love me despite my flaws. It was a classic fairy tale, but one he had lived, a story of pride and redemption. Eleanor felt something shift in her understanding, like puzzle pieces settling into place. How long ago was that? 200 years, more or less, Adrian said with a rueful smile. The curse bound me to this place, though I've grown to love it more than I ever did when it was truly mine. And the books, they became alive to keep me company in my solitude. They've taught me patience, empathy, wonder, all the things I lacked before. The books were not just his companions, they were his teachers, his guides, the silent entities that had healed his broken spirit. And the curse? What breaks it? The answer was not just for him, but for her, for anyone who had ever felt a similar chill. Love freely given, Adrian said, meeting her eyes. Not romantic love necessarily, though it could be that, but love for stories, for knowledge shared rather than hoarded, for connection between hearts and minds. He spoke of a love that was universal and transcendent, a force that had the power to heal not just him, but the library itself. Eleanor felt her own heart expanding, like a flower opening to morning light. She had found her missing magic here, in this place between worlds, in this man who had learned to love through loss. She thought of her own library, of all the people she served with quiet dedication, and realized that she had been pouring love into her work all along. She simply hadn't recognized it. The magic wasn't something to be found, but something to be given, and she had been a magician all along without even knowing it. I love this, she said. gesturing to encompass not just the library but everything it represented, the way the books trust you, the way you've made a home here, the way stories bloom into life when they're truly cherished. Her words were a validation of his journey, a recognition of the love he had cultivated over centuries. As she spoke, something extraordinary happened. The air around Adrian began to shimmer like heat waves over summer roads, and his form grew more solid, more present, as if he were stepping from the pages of a story into full reality. The ancient sadness in his eyes dissolved like morning mist, replaced by wonder and joy so pure it made Eleanor's eyes well with happy tears. She was witnessing the breaking of a curse, a moment of profound transformation. "A curse," he whispered in amazement. "It's lifting." He reached out and touched his own face, as if to confirm that he was truly there, truly solid, truly free. The library itself seemed to celebrate, books dancing more vivaciously on their shelves, the floating candles pulsing brighter, new flowers blooming on the ivy that wreathed the windows. The little light dragon performed aerial somersaults and began to sing in a voice like silver chimes. It was a collective chorus of joy, a testament to the power of a single act of love. "But this doesn't mean you have to leave," Adrian said quickly, reaching for Eleanor's hand. "The library exists for sharing now. We could tend it together, welcome visitors from both worlds, help stories find the hearts that need them most." His offer was not a plea for her to stay and be his new captor, but a request for a partnership, a chance to share the joy and responsibility of the library with someone who truly understood it. Eleanor looked around at the magical space, at the books that hummed with contentment, at Adrian whose eyes now sparkled with life restored. She thought of her own library waiting back in Millbrook, of Mrs. Chen and Tommy and all the others who depended on her. Her heart was torn between two worlds, the magical and the mundane, the perfect and the practical. "I have responsibilities," she said gently, "people who need their librarian." It was not a rejection, but a statement of her own purpose, her own love. "Of course," Adrian said, understanding lighting his face. He recognized her commitment and respected it, seeing it as another form of the same love that had broken his curse. "But perhaps this library could have a branch in your world, a quiet room where books go to dream and where you could visit whenever the magic feels dim." His proposal was a bridge between their two worlds, a way to connect the everyday and the extraordinary. Eleanor felt a doorway opening in her heart. How would that work? "Magic shared is magic multiplied," Adrian said. "If you carry some of this wonder back with you, it will grow. Your library could become a place where books whisper their secrets to those who listen carefully, where the right story finds each reader exactly when they need it most." His vision was not about taking from this world, but about giving back, about infusing the ordinary with a touch of the extraordinary. As if in response to his words, a small book bound in covers that looked like sunset clouds detached itself from a nearby shelf and fluttered over to land gently in Eleanor's lap. When she opened it, she found that its pages showed not words but images of her own library, transformed the same familiar space, but glowing with gentle magic, where books glowed softly to signal their eagerness to be read, and where a certain corner held a reading chair that could transport its occupant, just for a moment, to a library that existed between dreams. It was a tangible promise, a beautiful gift. A connection, Adrian explained, so you need never be far from this magic, nor I from the joy of sharing it. The book was a tether, a permanent link between them, a symbol of their shared purpose. Eleanor spent the night in the library of gentle shadows, sleeping in a guest room where the walls were lined with books that told stories specifically crafted for dreams. Adrian brought her tea that tasted like starlight and honey cakes that filled her with the warm feeling of being truly understood. The night was a perfect, peaceful conclusion to her journey, a time to rest and absorb the immense magic she had found. In the morning, or what passed for morning in this timeless place, she prepared to return to her world, but she no longer felt like the same person who had arrived seeking something nameless. She carried with her a small leather journal that Adrian had given her, one that would help her see the magic that had always existed in her own work. It was not a magical journal in the sense that it wrote for her, but one that would help her to see the magic that was already there. "Will I see you again?" she asked as she stood at the threshold. The question was a farewell, but also a hope for a reunion. "Whenever you sit in that special chair and open a book with perfect attention," Adrian promised, "whenever you help someone find exactly the story their heart needs, whenever you remember that libraries are not just buildings full of books, but sanctuaries where souls come to be nourished." His words were a road map, a guide for her to follow back to him, a reminder that their connection was not limited by time or space. The final embers of daylight dissolved into a wash of liquid gold, painting the entire world in a hue of warm honey. It was in this luminous glow that Alice found herself at the edge of a meadow she knew she had never walked before, yet it felt as familiar as her own reflection. The air, thick and sweet, hung still and heavy, carrying the deep perfume of jasmine and the soft, comforting sweetness of vanilla. The grass beneath her bare feet was an impossible velvet, cool and cushioning, as though she were walking on the softest down of a forgotten dream. Each step she took was silent, a gentle sinking into a bed of emerald silk. Above, the sky was not a mere backdrop but an active canvas, a masterpiece in slow, deliberate creation. It was a symphony of color, where gentle strokes of lavender bled into soft rose gold, and whispers of dusty pink faded into the deepening twilight. It was a kind of beauty that demanded a surrender of the mind, urging her to simply observe, to breathe, and to exist in its gentle presence. This wasn't the vibrant, chaotic beauty of a bustling day, but the quiet, introspective beauty of a world preparing for rest. Alice found herself unable to recall the path that had led her here. The last memory was a vague sensation of a book open in her lap, the rough bark of the old oak tree against her back. Yet, the question of how felt as insignificant as a grain of sand on a vast beach, The past seemed to be an anchor she no longer needed, and the future was a distant shore she had no desire to reach. All that was real was this single, perfect moment. Her senses were heightened, each one a separate window into this new world. She listened to the distant, soft tinkling of wind chimes, a sound like fractured moonlight, and a gentle rhythm that seemed to hum in harmony with her own heartbeat. A warm breeze, scented with promises of peace, lifted a stray curl from her face. It felt less like a gust of wind and more like a gentle whisper, a soft caress from the world itself. "Are you listening, Alice?" it seemed to say, "to the quiet?" A profound sense of belonging settled over her, not with a sudden jolt, but with the slow, sure weight of coming home after a long journey. It was a knowing that resonated in her bones, a deep-seated truth that transcended logic or memory. She felt, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, that she was exactly where she was meant to be. This meadow was not a destination but a revelation, a state of being she had perhaps been searching for all along. It was a space beyond the frantic ticking of clocks and the demands of a world that always hurried. It was the space where a soul could finally exhale and the world could breathe with it. As Alice took her first tentative steps into the meadow, the world seemed to hold its breath. The air, which had been thick with honeyed light, now felt cool and refreshing against her skin. The grass was a deep, soft green, so vibrant it seemed to hum with its own quiet energy. The flowers, however, were what truly held her attention. They were not merely vibrant, they were alive with a light of their own. She knelt to observe a cluster of roses the color of fresh cream and butter yellow. Their petals, incredibly large and yet gossamer thin, were so translucent they seemed to be made of spun moonlight, each vein a delicate line of captured light. They were perfect, without a single blemish or curled edge, as if sculpted from a perfect thought. She reached out a finger and gently, reverently, traced the curve of a peony's outer petal. It was a hue of the softest blush, and as her fingertip made contact, she could have sworn a subtle shimmer passed over its surface. A tiny, almost imperceptible sigh, a sound like a single, content breath of air, seemed to emanate from the flower itself. It was a sigh of perfect stillness, of being exactly where it was meant to be. Alice straightened, her heart full of a quiet, unfamiliar joy. It was a joy that didn't bubble up in a burst of laughter, but settled deep within her, a warm, resonant hum. "How lovely to see you, dear Alice," came a voice that was both familiar and entirely new. It wasn't the voice of mischievous riddles, but a sound as warm and comforting as hot chocolate on a cold winter evening, with a note of deep, abiding satisfaction. Alice turned and found herself gazing at the Cheshire Cat, who was materializing slowly on a low branch of a weeping willow. He was not a sudden presence, but a deliberate unblurring of the world, his form solidifying from the twilight air. Tonight, his famous grin was not a cunning curve of white teeth, but a soft, serene smile that seemed to understand the world's deepest secrets. His stripes shimmered with an impossible iridescence, shifting from silver to a pale purple that was so close to the sky's own color, it was impossible to tell where one ended and the other began. His eyes, once bright with playful secrets and cunning intent, now held a deep, peaceful wisdom. They were like two calm pools of liquid starlight, reflecting not only the meadow but a quiet knowing that made Alice feel instantly and completely at ease. She felt seen, not as a character in a mad game, but as a person, a soul in a moment of true quiet. She settled herself on a moss-covered stone beneath the tree, the moss feeling cool and velvety against her bare legs. The stone itself was perfectly warm, as if it had been basking in the day's sunlight, holding the memory of warmth for her. "Good evening, Cheshire," Alice said, her voice softer than she'd ever heard it. "Everything feels so peaceful tonight. Is this a part of Wonderland I haven't seen before?" The cat's tail swished lazily, a hypnotic motion that felt in perfect time with the slow, rhythmic beat of her own heart. He didn't answer right away, taking a moment to simply bask in the silence. "It's not a part of Wonderland you haven't seen, Alice," he began, his voice a low, soothing purr. "It's a state of being you haven't yet learned to notice. It's the lavender hour." He paused, and a small butterfly with wings like iridescent soap bubbles drifted past his nose, leaving a fleeting rainbow in the air. "It only happens when the day is ready to become a dream. It's the moment when the world holds its breath, just for a moment, and lets go of all its fuss and flurry. It's when all of Wonderland, all of the chaos and the madness, takes a collective breath. It's my favorite time, when even the most hurried creatures, the ones who believe they have no time to spare, remember to slow down, to pause, to simply exist." As if summoned by his very words, a new sound entered the stillness, the gentle clip-clop of hooves on the soft earth. It wasn't the frantic, anxious gallop of before, but a sound of purpose and peace. Through the meadow came a procession that made Alice's heart warm with a sudden rush of recognition and wonder. There was the white rabbit, but his usual frantic, twitchy energy had been replaced by a gentle, steady calmness. He moved with a quiet dignity, his head held high, and in his hand his ever-present pocket watch was held not in a grasp of desperation, but with a quiet reverence. He was leading a small cart pulled by a deer whose antlers were not hard bone, but seemed to be fashioned from crystallized moonlight, sparkling like morning frost. The cart was laden with cushions in every shade of purple imaginable, from the deepest eggplant to the palest lilac, their textures a mix of silk, velvet, and woven cloud. And sitting atop this mountain of peaceful purple was the Mad Hatter, but he too was changed. His tall hat was not adorned with its usual frantic price tag, but with a simple, serene wreath of night-blooming flowers that seemed to drink the twilight. His eyes, which usually held a frantic spark of unhinged energy, were calm and luminous. "Alice," perfect timing, called the Hatter, his voice no longer a wild, excitable shriek, but a melodic and calm cadence, like a lullaby half remembered from a peaceful childhood. "We're setting up for the evening tea. Will you join us?" The white rabbit nodded eagerly, his ears no longer twitching in nervous energy, but instead conveying a gentle enthusiasm. "We've been preparing all day," he said, consulting his pocket watch. Alice noticed its hands were moving backwards in slow, hypnotic circles. "Though time moves differently during the lavender hour, so we have all the time in the world. Time isn't something to be conquered here, you see. It's something to be savored." Alice found herself walking alongside the cart, her hand resting on its smooth, warm wooden side. The deer pulling it had eyes like pools of starlight, and it moved with such grace that the cart barely seemed to touch the ground. As they travelled deeper into the meadow, Alice noticed that fireflies were beginning to emerge, but these weren't ordinary fireflies. They glowed in soft, peaceful pastels, pink and blue and gold, and they moved in graceful, choreographed spirals, painting trails of light in the air like living brushstrokes. They were not simply flitting about, they were dancing a slow, quiet waltz with the fading light. "Where are we going?" Alice asked, her voice a soft murmur. She felt no urgency, no need to rush. The journey itself was the destination. "To the floating gardens," replied the Cheshire Cat, who had somehow transferred himself to the cart without Alice noticing, appearing now among the purple cushions. "It's where we always gather when the evening calls for something special. It's the place where the day's last light falls into the first dreams of the night, and where the most honest conversations can take place." As they crested a small hill, Alice gasped softly, a sound of pure wonder that escaped her lips without conscious thought. Before them lay a sight that seemed painted from dreams, a series of circular gardens that literally floated on a lake that reflected the sky so perfectly it was impossible to tell where water ended and heaven began. Each floating garden was connected by bridges that seemed to be made of woven moonbeams, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. In the center of the largest garden, an enormous table was set for tea. But this was no ordinary tea table. It stretched in a gentle spiral like a seashell. It was draped in a cloth that shifted color slowly, like the twilight itself, from a creamy white to a soft gold to a perfect, soothing lavender. The chairs around it were mismatched but somehow perfectly harmonious, each one a unique piece of art. Some were carved from driftwood and cushioned with moss. Others seemed to be made from crystallized flower petals, and a few seemed to be constructed entirely of solidified moonlight. Each chair was an invitation to a different kind of peace. As their cart glided across the first moonbeam bridge, which felt perfectly solid despite its ethereal appearance, Alice could see that they weren't the first to arrive. The Queen of Hearts was already seated at the table, but tonight she wore no crown of sharp edges. Her hair was adorned with a circlet of sleeping poppies, and her dress had transformed from its usual bold red to a soft rose pink that seemed to glow from within. She was arranging flowers in crystal vases with the most delicate care, her large hands moving with a surprising gentleness as she hummed a lullaby under her breath. "Your Majesty," Alice said, offering a small automatic curtsy. The Queen looked up with a smile that Alice had never seen before, gentle and motherly, completely free of any royal decree. "Oh, my dear child," she said, her voice like honey and silk, "during the lavender hour we are all simply friends sharing tea. Please call me Rosalie, it's the name I had before I became a queen, and the one I remember in quiet moments like these." The name seemed to resonate in the quiet air, a memory of a person she had once been before the burdens of a crown had changed her. Alice settled into a chair that seemed to mould itself perfectly to her form, cushioning her like a cloud. The Mad Hatter was already bustling about with a teapot that steamed, not with ordinary steam, but with wisps of lavender-scented mist that formed tiny rainbows in the air. The White Rabbit was laying out plates that appeared to be made of pressed flower petals, each one unique and beautiful. "What kind of tea are we having?" Alice asked, watching the Hatter pour liquid that seemed to contain captured starlight into delicate cups that chimed softly when touched, the sound a gentle song of welcome. "Dream tea," the Hatter replied with a contented smile that reached his eyes. "Made from chamomile flowers that only bloom under the full moon, honey from bees that collect nectar from clouds, and just a whisper of lavender grown in the gardens of sleep herself. It's a tea for the soul, you see. It doesn't energize you or wake you up. It soothes you and reminds you of what you need to remember." Alice lifted her cup and breathed in the steam. The scent was indescribable, like every peaceful moment she had ever experienced, distilled into a single breath. The quiet of a library, the warmth of a fire, the comfort of a loved one's embrace. When she sipped, warmth spread through her entire being, and she felt her shoulders relax in a way they hadn't in weeks. It was a feeling of profound contentment, of a knot she didn't know she was holding finally coming undone. Around the spiral table, other familiar faces were appearing. The March Hare arrived, but not in his usual frantic state. He rode a bicycle with wheels that seemed to be made of dandelion clocks, leaving a trail of floating seeds that transformed into tiny lanterns as they drifted away. The Dormouse emerged from a teapot, not the one the Hatter was using, but a larger, more comfortable one that had been converted into a cozy bedroom, complete with tiny curtains and a miniature chimney from which puffed rings of sweet-scented smoke. "I've been having the most wonderful dreams," the Dormouse announced, stretching and yawning with a slow, deliberate grace. "I dreamed I was a cloud, drifting across purple skies, and everywhere I went, I rained down silver stars that turned into music when they touched the ground." The Cheshire Cat, now reclining in a chair that seemed to be made of solidified pearls, nodded approvingly, his contented smile almost all that was left of him. "The best dreams," he observed, his voice a quiet rumble, "are the ones that feel real even after you wake up." As the evening deepened, the air grew cooler, and a soft, luminous glow began to emanate from the floating gardens themselves, as if they were absorbing the twilight and transforming it into a nurturing light. More beings, drawn by the gentle hum of contentment, joined their gathering. A family of hedgehogs arrived, not with sharp spines, but with delicate, tiny flowers blooming from their backs. They rolled themselves into soft, glowing balls, each a living lantern casting a pale, warm light on the mossy ground. a parliament of owls perched in the ancient, twisted trees that lined the shore of the lake, their hoots forming a gentle, resonant symphony that seemed to harmonize with the slow, soft lapping of water against the garden's edges. The sound was not a melody to be listened to, but a rhythm to be felt, the heartbeat of a peaceful world. The conversation around the spiral table was not a series of rapid-fire statements, but a slow, honeyed flow of pleasant thoughts. It was a space where questions didn't demand answers and statements didn't require proof. The March hare, no longer a frantic figure, mused thoughtfully on the flavor of rainbows, declaring with a quiet certainty that they tasted of birthday cake and summer mornings, a flavor that evoked pure, uncomplicated happiness. The Queen, Rosalie, shared her knowledge of planting a garden of music boxes, explaining with a tender smile that one must bury them when they are quiet, and the resulting song will be the perfect echo of that stillness. The Cheshire Cat, now more a presence than a body, insisted that butterflies truly did carry messages between flowers, and with a soft, knowing grin, added, "Most of the messages are compliments. The world needs more of those, don't you think?" Alice found herself drawn into this gentle exchange, the feeling of the dream tea still a warm, expansive presence within her. She began to share a story about a dream she'd had, not a frantic, confusing one, but a peaceful vision where her fingers could paint, and everything she painted would come alive. As she spoke, she noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Her words seemed to take on a physical form, floating above the table like soap bubbles filled with colored light. Each one contained a tiny, swirling image from her story, a miniature tableau of her dream. They floated and drifted, a visible narrative woven from memory and starlight. "That's not a dream," said the White Rabbit kindly, his usual nervous twitch now a simple, contemplative gesture as he pulled out his backwards pocket watch. The hands spun in slow, hypnotic circles. "That's a memory from the future. Time works quite differently here during the lavender hour. The past, the present, and the future aren't a line to be hurried along, but a landscape to be explored. You're simply remembering something that hasn't happened yet, but will always be true." As if to prove his point, Alice looked at her hands and saw that her fingertips were indeed tinted with soft, glowing pastels. Without quite knowing how, she found herself reaching out to touch the air, and where her fingers moved, trails of gentle color followed. They were soft pinks and baby blues and the palest greens, forming intricate patterns that looked like flowers blooming in fast forward, their petals unfurling in silent bursts of color. It felt as natural as breathing, a silent language her hands had always known, but only now had the chance to speak. The others watched with a shared sense of delight, their expressions a quiet mixture of wonder and contentment. Alice continued to paint, allowing her imagination to guide her. She painted a sleeping dragon whose breath, as it rose from its flared nostrils, turned into a cascade of melodic flowers that drifted to the ground. She painted a lighthouse that beamed not light, but dreams, guiding lost ships to safe harbors and weary travelers to peaceful slumber. And then she painted a library where the books, full of stories, would read themselves to sleep each night, their pages whispering softly to one another. "Magnificent," breathed the Mad Hatter, his voice a soft murmur of genuine awe. He reached for the teapot, which now steamed with a rainbow mist, and refilled everyone's cups with the starlight tea. "You know, I always suspected you had magic in your fingertips. Not a magic that requires spells or potions, but a quieter kind, the kind that comes from truly seeing the world for all that it could be." As the lavender hour deepened, the floating gardens began to glow with a quiet inner radiance. They weren't just reflecting the twilight now, they were absorbing its last light and transforming it into something softer and more nurturing, like a well-loved memory. The air itself shimmered with a gentle violet haze, and the surrounding water took on the look of liquid amethyst. A gentle music seemed to rise from the surface of the lake, not a melody with a beginning or end, but a rhythm like a soft heartbeat or the distant, peaceful waves on a serene shore. It was the sound of the world settling into itself, of every hurried moment letting go and finding its quiet place. The Queen, whom Alice now knew as Rosalie, had finished her delicate work with the flowers, and her movements were a testament to the peace that now defined her. She turned her attention to a new project with a quiet, focused concentration that spoke of deep love and care. Alice watched as Rosalie wove together strands that seemed to be made of pure moonlight and glimmering dewdrops. The threads shimmered and danced in Rosalie's hands, each one holding a tiny captured sparkle. As she worked, she would occasionally lean closer, whispering something Alice couldn't quite hear, a soft, intimate sound like a mother murmuring to a sleeping child. It was a sound that made Alice feel profoundly safe and cared for, as if the whispers themselves were a protective embrace. "What are you making?" Alice asked softly, her voice barely a breath. The sound felt so gentle in the still air that it seemed a part of the hum of the world. Rosalie looked up with that same gentle smile, the one that erased all memory of "off with her head," and replaced it with a feeling of unconditional warmth. "A blanket of good dreams," she replied, holding up her weaving. The fabric was almost translucent, a patchwork of starlight and soft color. "Everyone should have one, don't you think? Something to wrap around yourself on nights when sleep feels too far away, or when the world seems too busy to let you rest. It's woven from the most peaceful moments we remember and the ones we hope to find." She held up the finished blanket, and Alice could see that it was indeed made of woven dreams. Pictures moved slowly across its surface, gentle scenes of floating on calm, crystalline waters, of walking through fields of impossibly soft grass under skies filled with slow-moving stars, of being embraced by the warm light of a perfect sunset. Just looking at it made a wave of peaceful drowsiness wash over Alice, a sensation as welcome and comforting as the feeling of a soft bed at the end of a long, joyful day. It was the kind of tired that comes from a soul being deeply at peace, not a body being worn out. "Here," Rosalie said, standing and walking around the spiral table to where Alice sat today, This is for you, dear child." She draped the dream blanket around Alice's shoulders, and immediately Alice felt as though she were being hugged by the most comforting presence imaginable. The blanket was weightless, a silent cloud of warmth that settled around her, perfectly adjusting itself to exactly the temperature she needed. It felt like every happy memory she had ever had was being held close to her. "But why?" Alice asked, her voice thick with emotion. The unexpected gift was more than a gesture, it was a revelation. "Because you brought wonder into our world," replied the Cheshire Cat, his form now so translucent that he was more suggestion than a solid presence, a living metaphor for the ethereal peace of the hour. His voice was like a soft breeze through leaves, and because wonder deserves to be treasured and protected, especially in the quiet hours when the world settles down to dream. It's so easily forgotten, you see, in the bright, busy light of day. The Mad Hatter raised his teacup, which seemed to contain liquid starlight, in a gentle toast. "To Alice," he said, his voice now barely above a whisper, "who reminds us all that magic is found not in grand adventures, but in taking the time to notice the extraordinary in the ordinary." "To Alice," echoed the others, their voices blending into a soft chorus that seemed to be picked up by the owls in the trees and carried across the peaceful waters. It was not a cheer but a lullaby, a sound of profound gratitude. Alice felt tears of happiness gathering in her eyes. She looked around the table at these dear friends, all of them now seeming to glow with the same inner light as the floating gardens. The White Rabbit had curled up in his chair, his long ears folded back, and was breathing deeply, his whiskers twitching with pleasant dreams. The Dormouse had returned to his teapot home and was already snoring softly, tiny puffs of flower-scented breath emerging from the spout. The March Hare was leaning on his dandelion clock bicycle, his eyes closed in quiet contentment. "I don't want this to end," Alice said quietly, the words a gentle plea. The thought of returning to a world of noise and hurry was suddenly heavy. The Cheshire Cat, now barely visible except for his gentle smile, spoke in a voice like wind through leaves. "The most beautiful thing about the lavender hour is that it never truly ends. It lives in the space between sleeping and waking, in the pause between one breath and the next, in the moment when day becomes night and the world remembers how to be peaceful. It's always here, Alice. You only need to remember to look for it." As he spoke, Alice noticed that the entire scene was beginning to take on an even more dreamlike quality. The edges of everything seemed softer, and the colors were gently fading into the most soothing pastels. The floating gardens were slowly rotating like an enormous, gentle carousel, and the moonbeam bridges were swaying slightly with a rhythm that matched her heartbeat. The world was preparing itself for sleep, and in its restfulness it was pulling her in. The Mad Hatter, with a contented sigh, began to hum a lullaby Alice had never heard but somehow knew by heart. The melody was simple and sweet, and soon the others joined in, not with words, but with gentle sounds that harmonized perfectly. Rosalie hummed in rich, low tones, while the March hare added a light descant that danced above the main melody like butterflies over flowers. It was a symphony of peace, a sound that told stories of rest and safety. Alice pulled the dream blanket closer around herself and felt her eyelids growing heavy. But this wasn't the tired feeling of the end of a long day, it was the peaceful drowsiness of perfect contentment, a feeling like a cat curled up in a sunbeam or a child safe in a loving embrace. It was the feeling of being held and completely at rest. "Will I remember this?" she asked, though her voice seemed to come from very far away. "You'll remember what you need to remember," whispered the Cheshire Cat, his voice now indistinguishable from the gentle lapping of water against the floating gardens. "And when the world becomes too loud or too hurried, you'll find your way back to the lavender hour, where we'll always be waiting with tea and stories and time that moves at the speed of peace. It's not a place you visit, dear Alice, it's a place you carry with you." Alice nodded, understanding completely, though she couldn't have explained how or why. The mystery of the lavender hour wasn't a puzzle to be solved, but a truth to be felt. She closed her eyes and let herself sink deeper into the dream blanket's embrace. Around her she could feel her friends settling into their own peaceful rest, the gentle sounds of breathing, the soft rustle of settling cushions, the distant hoot of a contented owl. The floating gardens continued their slow rotation, carrying Alice gently through the star-reflected waters. Above her she could feel rather than see the night sky deepening into the richest purple, painted with stars that pulsed gently like the lights of distant homes where other dreamers were settling into sleep. The entire world felt like a single peaceful home, and she was a part of its stillness. The last thing Alice heard before she drifted completely into dreams was the sound of the Mad Hatter's teapot being gently set down on the table, followed by his whispered words, "Sweet dreams, dear Alice. May your sleep be filled with floating gardens and friends who understand the magic of quiet moments." And as Alice slipped into the most peaceful sleep she had ever known, the lavender hour wrapped itself around her like a gentle embrace, promising that whenever she needed it, this place of wonder and rest would be waiting for her return. The mystery of how she arrived here was no longer a question to be answered, but a reassurance. This place wasn't just a dream. It was the secret space within her heart where she could always find peace, no matter the chaos of the waking world. In the floating gardens of Wonderland, where time moved at the speed of contentment and tea was always the perfect temperature, Alice dreamed of painting rainbows with her fingertips, while her friends hummed lullabies made of starlight and love. Invention of the mechanical clock, September 1397, and Rumpelstiltskin, a historical sleep story. In the heart of a gentle, sprawling abbey, where the stone walls held the whispers of centuries, and the air was always cool and still, lived a master craftsman named Richard. The abbey itself was a place of profound quietude, its corridors echoing with the soft shuffle of sandaled feet and the distant murmur of evening prayers. Ancient oak beams stretched across vaulted ceilings, their wood darkened by age to the color of deep amber. Sunlight filtered through tall, narrow windows, casting long rectangles of golden light across floors worn smooth by generations of contemplative footsteps. Richard's workshop, a quiet sanctuary tucked into the oldest tower, was a place of quiet creation. The tower had stood for over 200 years, its thick stone walls keeping the space naturally cool even in the heat of summer. Wooden shelves lined every available surface, filled with tools that gleamed softly in the lamplight, files and hammers no larger than a child's finger, delicate brass instruments whose purposes were known only to their master, and rolls of parchment covered with intricate diagrams that looked more like elaborate prayers than technical drawings. Here, on a late summer evening in September of the year 1379, the only sound was the faint scritch of a graphite pencil on a parchment scroll and the soft, steady breathing of the man himself. The air carried the scent of beeswax candles and oiled metal, creating an atmosphere of deep concentration and peaceful industry. Through the single-arched window, the first stars were beginning to appear in the darkening sky, their light joining the warm glow of the oil lamp that illuminated Richard's work. Richard was not a man of loud pronouncements or hurried motions. His movements were as measured as the turning of the seasons, his mind as vast and star-strewn as the night sky he so often studied. He had been trained not only in the arts of metalworking and precision craftsmanship, but also in mathematics, astronomy, and the ancient sciences that revealed the hidden patterns underlying all creation. His hands, though calloused from years of delicate work, moved with the grace of a scribe illuminating a manuscript, each gesture deliberate and purposeful. He was building his masterpiece, a great astronomical clock that would not only mark the hours, but also chart the motion of the planets, the rise of the sun, and the phase of the moon. It was a device of impossible complexity, a miniature universe of brass and steel, conceived to bring a sense of order and quiet wonder to a world that often felt chaotic and rushed. The clock stood nearly as tall as a man, its frame carved from seasoned oak and inlaid with intricate patterns of silver and gold. Dozens of wheels and gears, each one hand-forged and polished to a mirror shine, waited in perfect alignment for the breath of life that would set them in motion. The face of the clock was a marvel in itself, a work of art that depicted not just the 12 hours of day and night, but the entire cosmos, as medieval scholars understood it. The earth sat at the center, surrounded by concentric circles representing the orbits of the moon, sun, and planets. Delicate pointers, thin as spider's silk but strong as steel, would trace these celestial paths with mathematical precision. Around the outer rim, the signs of the zodiac had been painted in brilliant blues and golds, their symbolic forms seeming to dance in the flickering candlelight. But for all his genius, Richard was faced with a single, maddening problem. The final, essential piece, the escapement, remained an enigma. This tiny mechanism was the heart of the clock, the part that would regulate its rhythm, allowing the massive gears to turn with a slow, deliberate grace. Without it, the whole grand design was nothing more than a sculpture of silent metal, beautiful to behold, but empty of the life that would make it truly meaningful. The escapement was a marvel of engineering that few craftsmen of his era truly understood. It had to be strong enough to control the power of the weight-driven mechanism, yet delicate enough to allow the precise, measured release of that power beat by beat. The timing had to be perfect, each tick exactly the same duration as the last, each movement of the great wheel precisely calculated to move the hands of the clock forward by the correct amount. It was a puzzle that combined the mathematical precision of astronomy with the delicate artistry of the finest jewelry. He had spent weeks drawing, calculating, and forging, yet the delicate balance, the perfect tick-tock, eluded him. He felt as though he was trying to capture the sound of a falling dewdrop in a cage of brass. Each attempt had brought him closer to understanding, but the final breakthrough remained tantalizingly out of reach. His latest design lay before him on the parchment, covered with calculations and geometric diagrams that seemed to spiral inward towards some hidden truth he could not quite grasp. The workshop around him told the story of his struggles. Half-finished prototypes of the escapement sat on every available surface, each one a lesson learned, a pathway explored but ultimately abandoned. Some were too crude, their movements jerky and uneven. Others were too delicate, their mechanisms seizing after only a few cycles. The floor was littered with brass shavings and discarded sketches, the debris of a master craftsman pushing against the very limits of his art. The moon, a soft silver disk in the dark sky, cast a pale light through the arched window of his workshop. It was a full moon, hanging low on the horizon like a great pearl suspended in dark velvet. Its light mixed with the warm glow of the oil lamp, creating an atmosphere of otherworldly beauty. Dust motes danced in the lunar beams like miniature stars, caught between the earthly and the celestial, between the workshop of a mortal craftsman and the infinite cosmos he sought to map and measure. Richard laid his head upon his work table, a weary sigh escaping his lips. The smooth wood felt cool against his forehead, offering relief from hours of intense concentration. His mind, so full of gears and pinions, of calculations and precise measurements, was finally giving way to the deep quiet of the night. The constant pressure of trying to solve the impossible puzzle was melting away, replaced by the peaceful exhaustion that comes after a day of honest labor. His eyes grew heavy as he listened to the sounds of the abbey settling into evening. Somewhere in the distance he could hear the soft chanting of Compline, the final prayers of the day drifting through the stone corridors like an ancient lullaby. The scent of oiled metal and old wood became a soothing balm, familiar and comforting after so many years in this sacred workspace. He surrendered to the gentle pull of slumber, a half-finished drawing of the elusive escapement clutched loosely in his hand, his fingers still stained with ink from hours of careful drafting. As sleep claimed him, the boundary between waking and dreaming began to blur. The workshop didn't feel like a workshop at all, but something older, deeper, more fundamental. It felt like a deep, mossy cave, cool and damp, with the low hum of distant earth running beneath his feet like the pulse of the world itself. The familiar walls seemed to expand and breathe, the stone taking on a living quality that spoke of ancient wisdom and hidden knowledge passed down through countless generations. The moonlight that had been pouring through the window seemed to thicken and deepen, taking on a luminous, otherworldly quality. It was no longer simply reflected sunlight, but something more primal, more magical, the silver radiance of dreams themselves made visible. The light filled every corner of the transformed space, casting no shadows, but illuminating everything with a gentle, even glow that seemed to come from within the objects themselves, rather than falling upon them from without. Richard was aware of a new presence, a feeling more than a sight. It was a sense of quiet curiosity, of ancient knowledge carried in small hands, of secrets whispered from generation to generation in the dark hours before dawn. The presence moved with the soft confidence of one who belonged to the night, who dwelt in the spaces between what mortals knew and what they only dreamed of knowing. He did not stir, he simply listened, half dreaming, as a soft, whispery voice drifted through the air like the rustle of autumn leaves. The secret to time is not in its speed, but in its stillness. The voice was not sharp or demanding, not the harsh tone of a taskmaster or the urgent whisper of someone racing against a deadline. It was as soft as the rustle of dry leaves, as gentle as rain on a summer evening, carrying with it the patience of stones and the wisdom of rivers that have carved their paths through solid rock grain by grain, year by year. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, filling the dream space without overwhelming it. Richard, without opening his eyes, felt a weightless presence land on the work table beside him. The sensation was barely perceptible, lighter than a butterfly's touch, gentler than the brush of a feather, yet he could almost feel the tiny vibration through the wood, as if the table itself were welcoming this diminutive visitor. A tiny, shadow-like figure with a twinkle of light in its eyes moved across the parchment, with movements so fluid they seemed more like flowing water than walking. It was no larger than a spool of thread, its form a delicate outline of what could have been a man, but was clearly something else entirely, something that belonged to the realm of dreams and ancient stories, of folklore whispered by firesides and legends carved in stone. The creature's appearance was both humble and magnificent. Its clothes seemed to be woven from moss and moonbeams, shifting between green and silver as it moved. Tiny hands, no bigger than acorns but infinitely more dexterous, were tipped with what looked like starlight, not the harsh glare of earthly fires, but the ancient, patient glow of celestial bodies that had watched over countless generations of dreamers and craftsmen. This was the creature they called Rumpelstiltskin, though not the angry, demanding figure of the old tales, told to frighten children and teach harsh lessons about the dangers of making impossible bargains. In this quiet place, with the moonlight pouring in and transforming everything it touched, he was simply a keeper of hidden secrets, a master of a different, more patient kind of magic. His eyes held the depth of ancient forests and the sparkle of streams running clear over polished pebbles. He did not spin straw into gold, for what need was there for such crude transformations in a place where the true gold was knowledge and understanding, not here in this sanctified space where craft and devotion met. Instead, he spun the threads of thought and patience, weaving together inspiration and insight with the delicate skill of a master craftsman working in materials finer than silk, more precious than any earthly metal. The creature approached the drawing of the escapement with the reverence of a scholar approaching an illuminated manuscript. He studied Richard's work not with criticism, but with the deep understanding of one craftsman recognizing the struggles of another. The lines on the parchment seemed to glow slightly in his presence, as if responding to some inner light that radiated from his tiny form. He knelt by the drawing with a fluid grace that spoke of countless years spent in such patient work, and with a finger as fine as a spider's leg, he touched a line. The graphite seemed to soften and flow under his touch, not erasing what was there but transforming it, the way a master painter might work wet pigment to achieve exactly the right shade and texture. The drawing began to change in a subtle but profound way, each alteration so small as to be almost invisible, yet collectively creating something entirely new. He traced a new curve where Richard had drawn a straight line, suggesting flow where there had been rigidity. A sharp angle softened into a gentle arc that seemed to breathe with life. Here, a connection that had been forced was allowed to find its natural path. There, a component that had been fighting against the design was given space to move in harmony with the whole. It was a whisper of a change, a mere suggestion, yet it transformed the entire mechanism from a collection of parts into a living, breathing system. Richard felt the shift in his mind, even in his deep sleep. The old drawing that had felt so rigid and unyielding, so bound by the limitations of conventional thinking, suddenly felt fluid, alive with possibilities he had never considered. The escapement was not about holding back the gears with brute force, but about giving them room to breathe, space to find their natural rhythm, a moment of perfect pause between each beat that would allow the entire mechanism to function in harmony rather than constant conflict. The breakthrough was not just technical but philosophical. For weeks, Richard had been thinking of the escapement as something that would control and constrain the power of the falling weights. But now, in the gentle wisdom of the dream, he understood that true control came not from resistance but from guidance, not from forcing compliance, but from creating conditions where natural forces could express themselves in orderly and beautiful ways. Rumpelstiltskin's tiny fingers continued their work with infinite patience, not with the frantic pace of a craftsman facing a deadline, but with the slow, deliberate rhythm of a tide coming in, of seasons changing, of all the great natural processes that accomplish their transformations through persistence rather than haste. Each line he added or erased was like a soft breath, and the whole design began to exhale, releasing tensions that had been built into it through overthinking and forcing. As the tiny figure worked, Richard could feel knowledge flowing into his sleeping mind, not as words or explanations, but as direct understanding. The mathematics of the escapement revealed themselves not as abstract formulas, but as living patterns, as natural as the spiral of a nautilus shell or the branching of a tree. The precise timing required was not a matter of mechanical precision imposed from without, but of finding and releasing the inherent rhythm that already existed within the system itself. The materials themselves seemed to be teaching him. The brass wanted to flex and spring in certain ways. The steel had its own preferences for how it liked to be shaped and stressed. The wood of the frame had its own grain and character that could either fight against the mechanism or support it in its function. By learning to listen to these materials, to work with their nature rather than against it, the entire project could find a new level of harmony and grace. When Richard awoke, the transformation was complete but subtle. The moonlight was gone, replaced by the soft grey light of dawn filtering through his window like liquid pearl. The quality of light in the workshop had changed, seeming softer somehow, more welcoming. He stretched slowly, feeling unusually refreshed despite having slept hunched over his work table, a yawn escaping his lips as consciousness gradually returned. His eyes fell upon the drawing still in his hand, and he blinked in confusion and wonder. The lines were different, not dramatically so, but unmistakably altered from what he remembered. A single, elegant curve had replaced a sharp angle that had been giving him trouble for days. A soft spiral had taken the place of a rigid geometric form that had never felt quite right. The changes were so subtle that someone else might have missed them entirely, yet to Richard they were as obvious and startling as if the parchment had been completely redrawn. The alterations were perfect in their simplicity and elegance. Each change addressed a problem he had been wrestling with, but in ways he had never considered. The new design didn't just solve the mechanical challenges, it transcended them, transforming what had been a struggle against physical limitations into a dance with natural forces. Looking at the modified drawing, he could almost hear the gentle, rhythmic ticking that would emerge from this design, could visualize the smooth, hypnotic motion of the escapement as it regulated the great clock's heartbeat. He wondered briefly if he had simply dreamt the solutions, if his subconscious mind had worked through the problems while he slept, and his hand had somehow continued drawing without his awareness. But the drawing was undeniably altered by a hand other than his own. The line quality was different, more flowing and confident than his usual careful, measured strokes. There was something almost musical about the new curves, as if they had been drawn not with graphite but with song itself. A profound sense of peace settled over him like a comfortable blanket. The problem wasn't solved, so much as dissolved, transformed from an obstacle into an opportunity. The tension he had been holding in his shoulders for weeks simply melted away, replaced by a calm certainty that the path forward was now clear. The anxiety that had been his constant companion throughout this project was gone, replaced by eager anticipation of the work to come. He stood slowly, working out the kinks from sleeping at his work table, and moved to the window to better examine the drawing in the growing daylight. The morning air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of dew on grass and the distant promise of a beautiful day. Birds were beginning their dawn chorus in the trees surrounding the abbey, their songs seeming to harmonize with some internal rhythm, that matched the elegant curves of the new escapement design. He began his work not with the frantic energy that had driven him in recent weeks, but with a new, calm purpose that felt as natural as breathing. The sounds in the workshop took on a meditative quality, a soft symphony of craftsmanship that seemed to echo the harmony he now understood must exist within the clock itself. Every tool felt perfectly balanced in his hand. Every material responded to his touch, as if eager to play its part in the emerging masterpiece. The low, melodic hum of a whetstone on steel filled the air as he sharpened the tiny blades needed to cut the most delicate gears. The sound was rhythmic and soothing, like a meditation chant that helped focus his mind on the precise work ahead. Each stroke of the stone was deliberate and measured, removing exactly the right amount of metal to achieve the perfect edge. The steel seemed to sing under his touch, responding to his newfound understanding of how to work with materials rather than against them. The quiet tink of a small hammer tapping a pinion into place provided a gentle percussion to accompany the grinding of the whetstone. Each tap was calculated and precise, yet somehow musical, creating a rhythm that seemed to match his heartbeat and breathing. The tiny brass pieces rang like miniature bells as they found their proper positions, each note adding to the growing symphony of creation that filled the workshop with purposeful harmony. The smooth, rhythmic swish of a file, as he shaped the delicate brass of the escapement, was perhaps the most soothing sound of all. Following the new, flowing design that had appeared in his dreams, he found that the metal seemed eager to take on the curves and angles he was creating. The file moved almost of its own accord, guided by an intuitive understanding that went beyond mere technical knowledge. Brass shavings fell to the floor in perfect spirals, their golden color catching the morning light like tiny prayers made manifest. Hours slipped by like water over stones, unmarked and unmeasured. The world outside the tower was awakening. He could hear the distant sounds of the abbey coming to life, the soft bells calling the brothers to their morning prayers, the shuffle of feet in the corridors below, but Richard was lost in his own quiet universe of precision and purpose. He felt no hunger, no thirst, no awareness of physical needs. He was simply present, fully engaged with the work at hand. His consciousness expanded to encompass every detail of the creation process. The light shifted from dawn's grey to morning's yellow to midday's gold, each change revealing new details, the brass glinting like liquid sunlight, metal shavings curling in perfect spirals, the cool stone wall steady at his back. The workspace felt transformed. Tools once awkward now flowed with his hands. Stubborn materials responded as if eager to serve. Even the air carried a sense of purpose, as though the dream had not solved his problem outright, but opened him to the harmony between craftsman, tools, and matter. He worked through the afternoon with calm focus, breath matching the rhythm of creation. The scent of oiled metal no longer oppressive but incense-like, he felt linked to generations of makers who had shaped beauty and utility with patient hands. This was no tale of magic delivering answers, but of quiet guidance helping him uncover what had been within all along. The tiny figure had not built for him, but revealed a new way of seeing the rhythm beneath all creation. As the sun dipped into pink and orange prayers of light, the escapement was complete. Richard held it aloft. It seemed to hum with hidden life, its curves and angles precise yet natural. More than a mechanism, it was art embodying the harmony of the spheres. The escapement was smaller than his palm, yet infinitely complex, the heartbeat of the astronomical clock. In its design he saw balance, restraint and freedom, control through understanding, harmony between human intent and natural law. He carried it to the waiting clock like a priest with communion, silent and expectant. The great mechanism gleamed in the fading light, zodiac signs seeming to stir with anticipation. With reverence he placed the escapement, the piece settling with a soft, musical click, perfectly aligned. The suspended weights held their energy, ready to be channeled into the smooth rhythm of celestial time. Richard stepped back, breath held, heart racing. For a timeless moment the clock stood still, then whispered to life. The escapement engaged, gears turned with graceful precision, and the mechanism awakened like the spheres themselves. Great wheels moved in majestic calm, every gear synchronized, the pendulum beginning its hypnotic dance, its measured rhythm more alive than any human gesture. The clock's hands began their silent march across the ornate face, tracing sun, moon and planets with perfect precision. A single pure chime rang out, filling the tower with sound so sweet it seemed the air itself sang, announcing that a new kind of time had been born. As the full moon rose over the abbey, word of the wonder spread. Townspeople gathered quietly in the square, drawn not by proclamation but by a sense of history unfolding. They came not for celebration, but for a moment of shared awe at human craft touched by the divine. Master Richard stood beside his creation, candlelight glowing on its intricate workings. Peace filled his face, the deep satisfaction of one who had taken part in something sacred. The crowd spoke in hushed tones, voices reverent as prayer. The clock ticked steadily, its displays moving with unerring grace. The moon phase aligned with the sky above, planets traced their paths, and the zodiac marked the hour with miraculous accuracy to those used to sundials and bells. In that moment, September 1379, time itself seemed harnessed. The clock a testament to human ingenuity, guided by divine wisdom. As the people dispersed, hearts full of wonder, Richard noticed movement high on a shelf among forgotten tools. The small shadow of his nocturnal visitor waited, eyes glimmering like starlight. Richard climbed the ladder slowly, his heart full of gratitude. "You have come for your prize," he whispered with respect. The tiny creature nodded, radiating ancient patience. Its gaze was not on the magnificent clock, but on something humbler, one of Richard's most personal treasures. It was the simple, hand-carved wooden chime Richard had crafted in his apprentice days, long before he dreamed of great machines that mapped the heavens. No larger than a child's fist, carved from apple wood with patience and a knife, it had been his first success. For years it marked the hours in his workshop with its sweet, clear tone, long before his great clock existed. The chime bore no gold or jewels, its worth lay in the love, time, and quiet joy that shaped it. To Richard, it was his most precious creation, not because it was grand, but because in its simplicity it held the essence of his craft. His hands trembled as he reached for it, feeling the history worn into the wood, every hour, every triumph, every failure it had witnessed. The creature accepted the gift with delicate, moonlit hands. The world believes greatness lies in what is grand, Rumpelstiltskin whispered, but mastery is found in the smallest, purest work, unmarked by ambition, speaking only to the heart. I do not ask for your masterpiece to impress kings, he continued softly. I wish for the peace that holds your truth. Richard smiled, his heart at peace. Then you have chosen well. I give it freely, with only gratitude in return. You've shown me the greatest gifts are often the smallest. The figure's starlit eyes shone with silent thanks. Then, with a shimmer like rising heat, both he and the chime vanished, leaving only the faint scent of apple blossoms and the memory of wisdom shared in the night. Richard felt no loss as he descended the ladder. The chime now marked time in realms beyond clocks, carrying with it the essence of his art. He turned to the astronomical clock, no longer just brass and springs, but a symphony of harmony, echoing the dance of planets. Its steady rhythm filled the workshop with peace. The pendulum's swing whispered promises of order and continuity, time as friend rather than tyrant. Night deepened, stars shining brighter as the great clock kept vigil. The abbey slept, wrapped in its gentle rhythm, a heartbeat of peace in the dark. Slowly the sounds of the world faded, the last bird silent, the wind still, the stream slowed. Only the clock remained, steady and calm, speaking of order from chaos, of craft touched by the divine. And now, as you hear that ancient rhythm, your own thoughts settle. The rush of the day drifts away, replaced by the quiet peace of patience fulfilled. Inhale serenity, exhale all burdens. Let the pendulum's rhythm align with your breath and heart, time not as pressure but as harmony with the cosmos. The world turns, the stars move, and the great clock keeps watch. Its gentle tick is a lullaby 6 centuries long, a promise of rest. All is well, all is calm, your work is done. Sleep now, safe in the constancy of stars and the patience of time. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, a historical sleep story. Alice and the Grand Canyon's founding. The afternoon sun hung low and golden over the high desert plateau, casting everything in that peculiar light that makes ordinary things seem touched by magic. Alice had been wandering through this strange, open landscape for what felt like hours, though time seemed to move differently here than it did back home in England. She had followed not a white rabbit this time, but a most extraordinary lizard, one whose scales shifted from turquoise to coral to deep amber as it moved through the scrubby sage and juniper. The lizard had led her across rolling hills dotted with piñon pines, their branches heavy with the sweet scent of resin warming in the sun. Alice's footsteps made soft sounds on the sandy soil, and occasionally she would pause to examine a peculiar flower or an unusually shaped rock, marveling at how different everything was from the tidy gardens of her childhood. "How curious," she murmured to herself, a phrase she had grown quite fond of using since her adventures began. "This lizard seems to know exactly where it's going, though I haven't the faintest idea where that might be." The lizard, as if hearing her thoughts, paused and turned its jewel-bright head toward her. Its eyes were like tiny amber mirrors, reflecting not just Alice's face, but something deeper, as if they held the memory of countless sunsets and the whisper of ancient winds. Then, with a graceful flick of its tail, it continued forward, leading Alice toward what appeared to be the very edge of the world. As they approached this edge, Alice began to hear something extraordinary, a vast, deep silence that seemed to breathe. It was unlike any quiet she had ever experienced. Not the empty silence of a closed room, but a living, profound stillness that hummed with invisible presence. The air itself seemed to shimmer with anticipation. And then, quite suddenly, the lizard disappeared over what Alice had assumed was merely a gentle hill. "Oh my," Alice said, quickening her pace. "I do hope it hasn't wandered somewhere dangerous." But when she reached the spot where the lizard had vanished, Alice stopped so abruptly that she nearly tumbled forward. For there, spreading out before her like something from the most impossible dream, was the most magnificent sight she had ever beheld. The earth simply opened. It opened into a vast cathedral of stone, layer upon layer of rock painted in colors she had no names for. Reds that were deeper than roses, yellows that glowed like captured sunlight, purples that reminded her of the twilight sky, and oranges that seemed to hold the warmth of every autumn afternoon that had ever been. The canyon stretched away in all directions, so wide that she could barely make out the opposite rim, and so deep that the bottom disappeared into a soft blue-gray mystery. "Curiouser and curiouser," Alice whispered, her voice carried away by the gentle breeze that rose from the depths below. The colorful lizard had perched itself on a weathered stone nearby, and now it seemed to be waiting for her, its scales catching the afternoon light like a living jewel. It tilted its head as if to say, "Well, aren't you coming?" Alice approached the edge carefully, though something deep in her bones told her she was perfectly safe here. The rim of the canyon was solid beneath her feet, worn smooth by countless years of wind and weather. As she gazed down into the magnificent depths, she felt a strange sensation, as if the canyon were gazing back at her, acknowledging her presence with ancient, patient kindness. "I wonder," Alice said thoughtfully, "if this might be something like falling down a rabbit hole, but upward, or perhaps downward, but in the most gentle way imaginable." As if responding to her words, a current of warm air rose from the canyon depths, wrapping around Alice like the softest blanket. The breeze carried with it the scent of stone warmed by millennia of sunlight, the green freshness of hidden springs, and something else, something that smelled like time itself. deep and mysterious and infinitely peaceful. The lizard made a soft chirping sound and stepped delicately off the edge of the rim, not falling but floating, as if the air itself was supporting its small form. It looked back at Alice with those amber mirror eyes, and she understood, with the clear logic that only exists in dreams and stories, that she was meant to follow. "Well then," Alice said, smoothing her blue dress and adjusting her hair ribbon, "if one can fall down a rabbit hole into Wonderland, I suppose one might float down into, what shall I call it? Canyonland? Grand Land? Oh, I shall simply call it the Grand Canyon, for surely nothing could be grander than this." She closed her eyes, took a gentle step forward, and found herself not falling but drifting, as soft and light as a dandelion seed on a summer breeze. The sensation was quite unlike anything Alice had ever experienced. Instead of the rushing, tumbling fall down the rabbit hole, this was a slow, dreamy descent, as if she were sinking through layers of warm honey or floating down through clouds made of silk. Her dress billowed gently around her, and her hair streamed upward in the softest way, touched by currents of air that seemed to know exactly how to support her. As she drifted downward, Alice found herself able to observe the canyon walls with perfect clarity. Each layer of rock that passed by seemed to whisper its own story, and though Alice couldn't understand the words, she felt their meaning in her heart. The topmost layer, a pale cream color like fresh butter, murmured of a time when this whole area had been covered by an ancient sea. Alice could almost see the gentle waves lapping at shores that existed millions of years before she was born, and she smiled at the thought of fish swimming where she now floated through the air. Below that, a layer of soft red sandstone hummed with tales of vast deserts, of dunes that had shifted and changed like sleeping giants over countless centuries. Alice imagined the wind that had shaped these stones, grain by grain, with infinite patience and artistry. How wonderfully quiet it must have been, Alice mused as she continued her gentle descent, to spend so much time creating something so beautiful with no one watching, no one hurrying the process along. A layer of brilliant white limestone sang quietly of another sea, this one filled with tiny creatures whose shells had settled slowly to the bottom, creating stone that gleamed like pearl in the canyon's soft light. Alice reached out to trail her fingers along its surface as she passed, and it felt smooth and cool, like touching the moon. The colorful lizard floated beside her, its scales now shifting through colors that matched the canyon walls, cream and red and white and gold, as if it were a small piece of the canyon itself, come to life to serve as her guide. It chirped softly, a sound like tiny silver bells, and Alice felt a deep contentment settling over her like a warm shawl. Deeper and deeper they descended, past layers of purple shale that whispered of ancient swamps, past yellow sandstone that glowed with memories of desert flowers, past grey limestone that hummed with the songs of creatures from the earliest days of the world. Each layer was a chapter in an enormous book, and Alice felt privileged to be reading the story of the earth itself. The afternoon light above grew softer and more golden as they descended, and Alice realized that she was experiencing the most perfect twilight, suspended between day and night, between the world above and the mysterious depths below. The canyon walls around her seemed to glow from within, as if each stone held a tiny bit of captured sunlight that it was now gently releasing. "Oh," Alice breathed, her voice echoing softly off the canyon walls. "It's like floating down inside a geode, or perhaps through the inside of a sunset." As they drifted lower, Alice began to hear something new, a soft, rhythmic sound that grew gradually clearer as they descended. It was the gentle murmur of running water, peaceful and constant, like the world's most soothing lullaby. "That must be the river," Alice said to her lizard companion. "I wonder what sort of river it might be. Perhaps it's the sort that grants wishes, or maybe it's the kind that remembers everything it's ever seen." The lizard's scales shifted to a deep blue-green, like the color of deep water under starlight, and Alice took this as confirmation that they were approaching something quite special indeed. The walls of the canyon continued to tell their stories as they passed. Alice saw now that some sections were carved with the most intricate patterns, swirling, flowing shapes that looked like frozen music or dancing written in stone. She realized these must be the work of the river below, patiently carving beauty into the rock over millions of years. "How wonderfully determined," Alice observed, "to spend so very long creating something so magnificent. The river must be quite an artist." As if in response to her words, the sound of flowing water grew clearer and more musical. Alice could hear different notes in it now, high, bright sounds like water tumbling over smooth pebbles, deeper notes like currents flowing around large stones, and underneath it all, a bass rhythm like the earth's own heartbeat. The light around them was growing softer and more mysterious, taking on the deep blue-gold quality of evening. Stars were beginning to appear in the strip of sky visible far above, tiny points of silver light that seemed impossibly distant and yet somehow intimate, as if they were personally watching over Alice's gentle journey. "I do believe," Alice said thoughtfully, "that I'm experiencing the most beautiful evening that has ever been, though I suppose every evening in a place like this must be the most beautiful one." They passed through a section where the canyon walls opened into small alcoves and hidden chambers, carved smooth by ancient waters and worn into shapes that looked like nature's own cathedral. Alice could see that these hidden spaces were home to small gardens of desert plants, tiny cacti with flowers like jewels, delicate ferns that grew in the moisture near seeping springs, and small trees with silvery leaves that rustled in the gentle air currents. "Even here life finds a way to create beauty," Alice murmured. "How perfectly wonderful." The lizard led her closer to one of these hidden gardens, and Alice saw that it was inhabited by other small creatures, a family of chipmunks with stripes like tiny rainbows, a mouse with ears like rose petals, and several butterflies whose wings seemed to be cut from pieces of stained glass. They all looked up at Alice with bright, curious eyes, but showed no fear, as if floating visitors were a perfectly normal occurrence in this magical place. "Good evening," Alice said politely, inclining her head toward the little creatures. "I hope I'm not disturbing your dinner time." The chipmunks chittered softly in response, a sound like tiny wind chimes, and the mouse stood up on its hind legs to wave one delicate paw. The butterflies performed a brief, graceful dance in the air before settling back on their flower perches, their wings catching the last golden light. "They seem quite friendly," Alice observed to her lizard guide. "I suppose in a place this peaceful, all creatures learn to be gentle with one another." As they continued their descent, Alice noticed that the canyon walls were beginning to change character. The layers of rock became older and more mysterious, their colors deepening to rich burgundies and forest greens, with streaks of black that looked like the night sky written in stone. These ancient layers seemed to hum with a deeper, more profound song, not the bright tales of seas and deserts, but something older and more fundamental, like the earth's memory of its very beginning. "These stones must have stories from the very start of everything," Alice whispered. "I wonder what the world was like when they were new." The air around them grew cooler and more humid as they approached the river, carrying the fresh scent of water over stone and the green smell of plants that grew near hidden springs. Alice could see that the canyon floor was not far below now, and she felt a gentle anticipation, like the feeling of approaching home after a long but pleasant journey. The last stretch of their descent took them through a section where the canyon walls were carved with the most extraordinary formations, arches and spires, and delicate stone lace that looked like the work of fairy architects. Water seeped through some of these formations, creating tiny waterfalls that caught the starlight and threw it back in sparkling cascades. "It's like floating through a palace made of dreams," Alice said, her voice full of wonder, and then quite gently her feet touched solid ground. Alice found herself standing on a smooth beach of sand and small rounded stones beside the Colorado River. The water flowed past her with a soft, constant murmur, its surface reflecting the first stars of evening like scattered diamonds. The river was not wide here, perhaps no broader than a small town's main street, but it moved with such quiet confidence that Alice could feel the power and patience in its current. The colorful lizard had alighted on a water-smoothed boulder nearby, and its scales now reflected the colors of the evening, deep blues and purples with touches of silver, like a piece of the night sky made solid. It watched Alice with those amber mirror eyes, and she had the distinct impression that it was smiling. "Thank you," Alice said, approaching the boulder and extending one finger for the lizard to climb onto. "That was quite the most wonderful journey I've ever taken. Though I suppose I should ask, however shall I get back up?" But even as she asked the question, Alice found she wasn't worried about the answer. Something about this place filled her with such profound peace that she couldn't imagine anything but the most pleasant solutions to any problem that might arise. The lizard chirped softly and gestured with its tiny head toward the river. Alice looked and saw something quite remarkable, a small boat, carved from what appeared to be a single piece of driftwood, bobbing gently at the water's edge. It was perfectly sized for one person, with a comfortable-looking seat and sides that curved gracefully upward like cupped hands. "A boat ride," Alice said with delight. "How perfectly lovely. I do enjoy boat rides, especially in the evening." She waded into the shallow water at the river's edge, her shoes making soft splashing sounds that harmonized with the river's gentle song. The water was exactly the right temperature, not too cold, not too warm, but perfect, like a bath drawn by someone who knew exactly what would be most comfortable. Alice settled herself in the little boat, and the lizard climbed delicately onto the bow, where it perched like a small jeweled figurehead. As soon as they were both seated, the boat began to move, not with any sudden motion, but with the same gentle inevitability as a leaf carried by a stream. The current took them slowly downstream, past canyon walls that rose like cathedral spires into the star-filled sky. The walls were so high that Alice had to lean her head back to see their tops, and when she did, she saw that the stars visible from the canyon floor seemed brighter and closer than any stars she had ever seen, as if the canyon concentrated their light and made it more pure. "It's like traveling through the most beautiful book," Alice murmured, trailing one hand in the warm water. "Each turn of the river is like turning a page to discover something new and wonderful." The boat drifted past sections where small beaches of white sand created perfect crescents in the curves of the river. Some of these beaches were decorated with driftwood that had been carved by the water into fantastic shapes. Some looked like sleeping animals, others like abstract sculptures, and a few looked remarkably like furniture sized perfectly for fairy tea parties. "I wonder," Alice said to her lizard companion, "if anyone has ever had a tea party on one of those beaches. It seems like just the sort of place where the Mad Hatter might bring his friends for a particularly special unbirthday celebration." The lizard's scales shifted to warm gold and orange, the colors of a friendly fire, and Alice took this as an indication that tea parties were indeed held here, though probably by creatures she hadn't yet met. As they drifted further downstream, Alice began to notice that the canyon walls were carved with patterns that looked almost like writing, flowing, graceful lines that seemed to tell stories in a language older than words. The patterns caught and reflected the starlight, creating a gentle illumination that made the entire canyon glow with soft, mysterious light. "Those markings must be the river's writing," Alice observed. "All those centuries of flowing have created the most beautiful calligraphy. I wonder what stories it's telling." She found herself growing drowsy as she watched the patterns flow past. The gentle rocking of the boat, the soft sound of water against its wooden sides, and the constant, soothing murmur of the river were combining to create the most perfect lullaby. Her eyelids began to feel heavy, and she had to make an effort to keep them open so she wouldn't miss any of the canyon's wonders. The boat carried them past a section where hot springs created small pools along the riverbank, their surfaces steaming gently in the cool evening air. The steam created soft, shifting curtains that danced in the starlight, and Alice could smell the mineral-rich water, earthy and clean, and somehow ancient. "Even the springs are dreaming," Alice murmured, her voice becoming softer and more sleepy. "Everything here is so peaceful, so perfectly content." They drifted past a place where the canyon walls opened into a wider space, creating a natural amphitheater filled with stone formations that looked like an audience of sleeping giants. The starlight fell more directly here, turning the stone figures silver and creating shadows that seemed to shift and breathe with gentle life. It's like a theater where the stones come to listen to the river's songs, Alice whispered, her eyes half closed now, and the river sings them all to sleep with the most beautiful lullabies. The lizard moved from the bow of the boat to Alice's lap, where it curled up like a small, warm jewel. Its scales had shifted to soft, sleepy colors, pale blues and gentle grays, like the colors of dawn seen through closed eyelids. Its tiny chest rose and fell with deep, peaceful breathing, and Alice could feel its contentment like a warm glow. The boat continued its gentle journey, past walls carved into fantastic shapes by millions of years of patient water. Alice saw formations that looked like castles and cathedrals, like sleeping faces and dancing figures, like frozen waterfalls and petrified gardens. Each shape seemed to have its own personality, its own quiet story, and Alice felt welcomed by them all. "Everyone here is so kind," Alice murmured, her head beginning to nod as the boat's gentle rocking grew more soothing. "The stones and the water and the little creatures, they all want me to feel at home." The river carried them past a section where phosphorescent algae created tiny points of light in the water like liquid stars. The boat's passage stirred these lights into gentle swirls and spirals, creating a wake of soft blue-green radiance that trailed behind them like a comet's tail made of dreams. Alice's breathing grew deeper and more regular as the magical display lulled her further towards sleep. The canyon walls seemed to lean in protectively, creating a cozy feeling of being held safely in the earth's gentle hands. The stars above grew softer and more blurred, and the sound of the river became a constant, peaceful whisper that seemed to be saying, "Sleep now, dear Alice. Sleep and dream of all the beautiful things you've seen." The boat drifted toward a small cove where the water was perfectly still and mirror smooth, reflecting the stars so perfectly that it looked like they were floating through space itself. Ancient cottonwood trees grew along the banks here, their leaves rustling with the softest sounds, like whispered bedtime stories. As the boat came to rest against a small beach of sand as fine and white as powdered pearls, Alice felt herself settling into the deepest, most peaceful drowsiness she had ever experienced. The lizard in her lap purred like a tiny, contented cat, its warmth spreading through her like a gentle blessing. "I think," Alice said in a voice barely above a whisper, "that this must be the most perfect place for sleeping that has ever existed. Even the stones look sleepy, and the water sounds like it's humming lullabies to itself." She closed her eyes fully now, letting the boat rock gently against the sandy shore. The canyon walls rose around her like the sides of the world's most comfortable bed, and the stars overhead seemed to dim slightly, as if someone had drawn gauze curtains across the sky to make the light softer and more suitable for dreams. The last thing Alice heard before she drifted into sleep was the sound of the river, whispering its ancient songs, carrying the stories of the earth through the peaceful darkness. And somewhere in those whispered stories, she heard the promise that this place would always be here, always peaceful, always ready to welcome dreamers and wanderers who needed a place to rest. The colourful lizard settled more deeply into the warmth of Alice's lap, its scales now the soft grey-blue of gentle dreams. The boat rocked with the gentlest motion, like being cradled in loving arms, and the whole canyon seemed to breathe slowly and peacefully, in rhythm with the sleeping girl and her small companion. Above them, the stars continued their ancient dance, and the Colorado River flowed on with its patient, eternal song, carrying the dreams of all who had ever found peace in this magnificent place. And Alice slept, surrounded by millions of years of stone stories and starlight, in the newest and most beautiful national park in America, where the earth itself had become a sanctuary for wonder and rest. In her dreams she heard President Roosevelt's voice, distant but warm, speaking words that floated down through the canyon like gentle snowflakes. Leave it as it island, you cannot improve on it. The ages have been at work on it, and man can only mar it. And Alice smiled in her sleep, knowing that this place of perfect peace would be protected forever, a gift from one generation to the next, where anyone who needed to remember the beauty of the world could come to listen to the earth's own lullabies and dream the dreams of stone and starlight. The Grand Canyon held them all, Alice and the lizard, the sleeping stones and the whispering water, the ancient stories and the newest dreams in its vast, gentle embrace, under a sky full of stars that had watched over this place since the beginning of time itself. And there, in perfect peace, Alice continued to sleep, her breathing as soft and regular as the eternal rhythm of the river, her dreams filled with the colors of the canyon walls, and the gentle songs of the flowing water, in the place where the earth had written its most beautiful story in layers of stone and starlight. Peter Pan, an historical sleep story, the 2nd of October, 1666. The Great Fire of London Reimagined. The October night settled over London like a great velvet blanket, soft and deep with the promise of rest. In the narrow, winding streets below, the last of the candlelight flickered in cottage windows, casting gentle golden squares upon the ancient cobblestones that had witnessed centuries of footsteps, tears, and laughter. The Thames moved slowly through the heart of the city, its dark waters carrying moonlight like scattered silver coins, whispering ancient lullabies to the drowsy town that had grown up along its banks like a child nestled against its mother's side. The city breathed with the rhythm of sleep shutters closing with soft sighs, doors settling on their hinges with contented creaks, chimneys exhaling the last warm breath of evening fires into the star-scattered sky. Even the rats in the walls and the cats prowling the alleys moved with the languid grace of creatures caught in sleep's gentle spell. London in October was a city preparing for winter's long dreams, gathering its warmth close like a child pulling blankets up to chin. Street after street lay wrapped in peaceful darkness, broken only by the occasional glimmer of a night watchman's lantern as he made his rounds, calling out the hour in a voice that carried comfort rather than alarm. The cobblestones still held the warmth of the day's sun, releasing it slowly into the cool night air like a blessing bestowed upon all who walked these ancient paths. In doorways and window boxes, the last autumn flowers nodded sleepily, their petals heavy with dew that caught the starlight like tiny diamonds scattered by a generous hand. High above the sleeping rooftops, where the chimney smoke curled lazy spirals into the star-scattered sky, and the night wind played gentle melodies through weather vanes and bell towers, a familiar figure drifted on wings of starlight and dreams. Peter Pan moved through the cool October air with the grace of a leaf dancing on an evening breeze, his shadow following faithfully behind him like a loyal friend who had learned to trust in wonder rather than worry about tomorrow. The night felt different, somehow charged with possibility, humming with an energy that made his fingertips tingle with magic and his heart race with the anticipation of adventure. There was something in the air tonight, something that spoke of change and transformation, of endings that were really beginnings in disguise. The very stars seemed to pulse with secrets waiting to be discovered, and the moon hung like a silver doorway to dreams just beyond the edge of understanding. Peter paused in his flight, hovering above a particularly ancient part of the city where the buildings leaned against each other like old friends sharing stories, their timber frames dark with age and weather, their windows reflecting the starlight like sleepy eyes. He could hear the collective breathing of thousands of sleeping souls, the gentle symphony of a city at rest, snores and sighs, the creak of settling timbers, the whisper of wind through narrow alleys, all blending into a lullaby as old as human habitation. But underneath that peaceful music there was something else, a restlessness, a stirring, as if the very stones of London were dreaming dreams too large for their ancient foundations. The city felt like a great sleeping giant, content in slumber but stirring with the possibility of awakening to something magnificent and strange. The lost boys followed in his wake, their sleepy forms barely visible against the darkened sky. Slightly rubbed his eyes and yawned, his wooden flute tucked safely in his belt, carved from a branch of the home tree in Neverland and polished smooth by countless nights of music making. Tootles clutched his favorite blanket, a patchwork thing sewn from clouds and starlight that their friend Wendy had made for him during one of her visits to Neverland, trailing it like a comet's tail through the night air, its soft fabric catching the breeze and creating patterns of shadow and light. The twins, Nibs and Curly, flew close together as they always did, their gentle snores harmonizing with the soft whisper of wind through the ancient city's eaves. They moved with the synchronized grace of creatures who had shared the same thoughts and dreams since birth, their identical forms creating mirror images against the star-filled sky. Behind them came the rest of the lost boys, each one unique in his drowsiness, some with arms outstretched like sleepy birds, others curled into balls like airborne hedgehogs, all of them trusting completely in Peter's guidance through the maze of dreams and possibilities that was London by night. "Look how peacefully they sleep," Peter whispered, his voice carrying the wonder he felt whenever he witnessed the mystery of human rest. He gestured toward the city below with a sweep of his arm that scattered stardust like glitter in the cool air, each mote sparkling briefly before dissolving into the darkness. Every window glows with the warm amber light of dying fires in hearths, each flame a tiny beacon of comfort in the gathering darkness. Indeed, the city below looked like a vast constellation that had settled to earth for the night, accepting the burden and blessing of providing light and warmth to human souls. Every home held its own small star candle flames dancing behind glass like tiny dancers performing for an audience of shadows, oil lamps burning steady and true like faithful sentries keeping watch over sleeping families, great hearth fires banking their coals for morning's revival, like wise elders conserving their strength for another day of service. The light was golden and gentle, speaking of families gathered for evening meals, of children listened to bedtime stories while safe in their parents' arms, of lovers whispering sweet words in the privacy of their chambers. It was the light of home and safety, of love made visible in flame and warmth, of all the small daily miracles that transformed houses into havens and strangers into families. Tinker Bell chimed softly from her perch on Peter's shoulder, her golden light pulsing gently like a miniature heartbeat that kept perfect time with the sleeping city's breath. She was unusually subdued tonight, her normal chatter replaced by a dreamy contentment that seemed to match the drowsy mood of London itself. Her tiny form radiated warmth and comfort like a living jewel crafted from concentrated happiness and polished to perfection by centuries of friendship and loyalty. She pointed with one delicate finger toward a small bakery on Pudding Lane, where the last embers of the day's bread-making still glowed warmly in the great brick oven that had served the neighborhood for 3 generations. The bakery stood like a monument to human industry and care, its weathered sign creaking gently in the night breeze, its windows dark except for the faint glow that seeped through the cracks around the oven door. The bakery was a cozy place, with flour-dusted beams overhead and shelves lined with loaves that would feed families throughout the following day. The scent of yeast and grain lingered in the air like a blessing, mixing with the smoke from the dying fire to create an atmosphere of pure comfort and abundance. Sacks of flour stood like patient sentries along the walls, and rolling pins and mixing bowls waited in neat rows for tomorrow's work to begin. The baker and his family had long since climbed the narrow stairs to their beds above the shop, leaving only the gentle crackle of cooling coals to keep watch over their dreams and guard the precious bread that would greet the morning. Their footsteps had long since faded from the floorboards, and now only the settling sounds of cooling ovens and resting wood marked the passage of time in the drowsy shop. But as Peter drew closer, floating on a current of night air that smelled of wood smoke and autumn leaves and the distant promise of winter snow, he noticed something curious. The embers in the bakery weren't settling into peaceful sleep as they should. Instead, they seemed to be stirring, awakening with the restless energy of creatures who had been contained too long, reaching tiny fingers of light toward a pile of firewood stacked carelessly close to the oven's mouth. The wood was dry from the unusually warm autumn, seasoned oak and ash that the baker had purchased that very afternoon from a carter who sang songs while he worked and whose horses wore flowers in their manes. It was good wood, honest wood, that had grown tall and strong in forests beyond the city, drinking sunlight and rain for decades until it was ready to give back warmth and light to human homes. The grain of the wood told stories of seasons and storms, of patient growth and quiet endurance, of roots reaching deep into rich earth while branches stretched toward the stars. But now it sat vulnerable in the orange glow of the restless embers, waiting unknowingly for transformation. The logs were stacked haphazardly, creating gaps and spaces where air could flow and flames could dance, an invitation to the fire that grew stronger with each passing moment. "How interesting," Peter murmured, tilting his head like a curious bird discovering a new song, his green eyes reflecting the distant glow of the embers. In his world of eternal childhood, even the most ordinary things held the potential for extraordinary adventure, and he had learned long ago that the most unexpected encounters often led to the most wonderful discoveries. He watched with growing fascination as one small flame detached itself from the main fire, moving with deliberate purpose across the wooden floor like a playful sprite seeking a new game. It left no mark on the planks as it traveled, but filled the air with the most beautiful light, not harsh or threatening, but warm and inviting, like liquid gold poured from a celestial chalice. The flame moved with personality and intention, pausing to examine a sack of flour with scientific curiosity, its light revealing the texture of the burlap and the fine dust that moated the air around it. It spiraled around a wooden rolling pin with playful delight, casting dancing shadows on the walls that looked like characters from fairy tales, princes and princesses, dragons and unicorns, all the creatures that lived in the stories mothers told their children before sleep. It was not the destructive force that grown-ups feared, Peter realized with growing excitement, but something far more wonderful, a creature of pure energy and joy, exploring its world with the innocent enthusiasm of a child discovering snow for the first time. It reached out to touch surfaces and objects with gentle curiosity, learning about texture and form through the medium of light and warmth. Tinker Bell chimed a note of gentle concern, her musical voice carrying undertones of worry that only Peter could fully understand. But Peter only smiled, that radiant expression that had charmed children and confounded adults for centuries beyond counting. His smile was like sunshine breaking through clouds, transforming the most ordinary moments into memories that would last forever. "Don't worry, Tink," he said softly, his voice carrying the confidence of someone who had spent eternity learning to see wonder where others saw only danger. "I think our little friend just wants to explore. Look how carefully it moves, how gently it touches everything. It's not angry or hungry, it's curious, just like we are." He descended slowly, his feet touching silently on the bakery's roof tiles, still warm from the day's sun and rough with age and weather. The tiles told their own story of service and endurance, having protected the bakery and its inhabitants through countless seasons of sun and rain, snow and wind. Through the small window, glazed with imperfections that turned the flame's light into 1,000 tiny rainbows, he could see the flame growing bolder, reaching out to touch the wooden beams with curious, glowing fingers that left trails of harmless light in the air. The lost boys gathered around him on the slanted roof, their own curiosity awakened by the strange beauty unfolding below. The wooden shingles creaked softly under their combined weight, but held firm, as if the very building wanted to support their witness to the miracle taking place within its walls. Tootles pressed his nose against the cool glass, his breath fogging the surface in little puffs that caught the flame's reflection like captured stars. "It's dancing," he whispered in wonder, his young voice filled with the same awe that children feel when they first see fireflies blinking in a summer garden. "Just like we do in Neverland when the fairy lights come out to play, when the whole forest fills with music and everything glows like it's made of magic." "All flames want to dance," Peter said softly, his voice carrying the wisdom of someone who had spent eternity learning the secrets of joy and transformation. "They reach always toward the sky, toward the stars that are their distant cousins scattered across the heavens like diamonds on black velvet. But they've forgotten how to be gentle. They've forgotten that they can create wonder instead of fear, beauty instead of destruction, light instead of consuming shadow." The flame had grown larger now, not with threatening hunger but with enthusiastic joy, like a child finally allowed to run and play after being confined indoors on a rainy day. It spiraled up one wooden beam, caressing the grain with gentle fingers of light that revealed the beautiful patterns hidden in the wood walls and lines that told the story of seasons and storms, of patient growth and quiet endurance, of a tree that had once stood in a sun-dappled forest, home to birds and squirrels and all the small creatures that make their lives in the company of growing things. Where the flame touched, the wood didn't burn but seemed to remember its life as a living tree, glowing with a soft inner radiance that was utterly beautiful. The beam pulsed gently with remembered life, as if the flame was awakening memories that had slept within the grain since the tree was felled and shaped into lumber. Rather than alarm, Peter felt a familiar surge of delight. Here was magic in its purest form, wild, unpredictable, alive with possibility. But he also recognized something else in the flame's eager dance: loneliness. Like him, it seemed to be searching for companions, for others who understood the joy of movement and play, the ecstasy of being truly alive and free to explore the infinite wonders of existence. "You're not content to sleep in that cold hearth, are you?" Peter whispered through the window, his breath creating small clouds on the glass that sparkled with reflected firelight. The flame seemed to flicker in response, growing brighter and more animated, pulsing with what could only be described as excitement. "You want to dance, to see the world, to have an adventure that will make your light shine with joy instead of duty." The flame leaped higher at his words, as if recognizing a kindred spirit, someone who understood the yearning for freedom and adventure that burned at the heart of all wild things. It began to move more boldly, tracing patterns in the air that spoke of dreams too large for any single hearth to contain. with a gentle breath that carried all the magic of Neverland, the essence of eternal spring mornings and summer afternoons that stretched toward forever, the whisper of fairy wings and the laughter of children who had never learned to doubt in wonder. Peter began to sing. Not words, but pure melody, a lullaby that somehow also contained the excitement of discovery, the peace of deep contentment, and the wild joy of flight. The song was older than London, older than human memory, a melody that spoke directly to the heart of all living things. It was the song that flowers sang as they opened to greet the morning sun, their petals unfurling like tiny hands reaching toward light. It was the music that streams made as they danced over stones toward the sea, each note a drop of water finding its way home. It was the harmony that stars hummed as they wheeled through their eternal dance across the heavens, spinning light into the darkness and painting hope across the night sky. It was the sound of pure love made audible, of wonder given voice, of all the gentle forces that shape the world through patience and beauty rather than force and fear. The melody wove through the October air like visible threads of gold and silver, creating patterns of sound that painted pictures in the darkness, images of forests and oceans, of mountains reaching toward clouds, of all the wild and beautiful places where magic lived openly and without apology. The flames swayed to his music, its orange glow shifting and changing, as if Peter's song was teaching it new colors, new ways of being, new possibilities for expressing the joy that lived at its core. Gradually, wonderfully, something magical began to happen. Instead of spreading with destructive hunger, consuming everything in its path with mindless appetite, it began to glow with a softer, more ethereal light, like captured starlight learning to waltz, like liquid moonbeams given form and consciousness. The transformation was breathtaking to witness. The flame's fierce orange glow mellowed to warm gold, the color of wheat fields ripening under summer sun, of honey flowing from the comb, of all the gentle richness that earth provides to sustain and comfort its children. Then it shifted to the soft pink of dawn clouds painting the eastern sky, carrying within it the promise of new beginnings and fresh possibilities. The lost boys gathered around Peter on the rooftop, no longer sleepy but enchanted by the strange beauty unfolding below, the night air filled with their wonder, their innocent amazement at witnessing magic in its purest form. Slightly pulled out his wooden flute, carved from a branch of the home tree in Neverland, and polished smooth by countless nights of music making, and joined the melody with notes that sparkled like dewdrops on spider webs, each one a tiny miracle of sound and light. Tootles hummed along in his gentle, uncertain way, his young voice adding sweetness to the harmony like honey stirred into warm milk. The twins provided a rhythm by tapping their hands against the roof tiles in perfect synchronization, their movements creating a percussion that seemed to make the very stars dance in response. The music wove through the October air like visible threads of magic, creating patterns of sound that painted pictures in the darkness and told stories without words. The melody spoke of transformation and possibility, of gentle change and beautiful becoming, of all the miracles that waited just beyond the edge of ordinary perception. And the flame responded by lifting itself from the wooden floor, rising like a dancer, accepting an invitation to waltz, spiraling upward in movements of incredible grace and beauty. It moved with the fluidity of water and the freedom of wind, no longer bound by the laws that governed ordinary fire, but dancing to rhythms older than human civilization. "It's trying to fly," breathed Nibs, pressing his face against the cool glass of the window, his eyes wide with wonder at the impossible sight unfolding before them. "All flames want to fly," Peter said softly, his voice filled with the tenderness he felt for all creatures struggling toward their true nature. "They reach always toward the sky, toward the stars that are their distant cousins scattered across the heavens. But most of them forget they can be gentle. They forget they can create wonder instead of fear, beauty instead of destruction, love instead of consuming hunger." As if hearing his words and taking them deep into its glowing heart, the flame began to change even more dramatically. Its colors shifted through the entire spectrum of joy, from the deep blue of forget-me-nots blooming in hidden meadows to the gentle purple of twilight skies, from the silver of moonlight on water to the green of new leaves unfurling in spring. Each color carried its own emotional resonance, its own gift of peace and beauty, its own message of hope and transformation. It spiraled upward through the bakery with increasing confidence and joy, not consuming but caressing everything it touched, not destroying but transforming. Where it passed, the wooden beams began to glow with the same ethereal light, as if they were remembering what it felt like to be living trees reaching towards sunlight, their roots deep in rich earth, their branches home to singing birds and rustling leaves. The sacks of flour seemed to shimmer with inner radiance, as if the grain remembered the golden fields where it had grown, the wind that had bent the wheat stalks in waves like an ocean of plenty, the rain that had nourished the seeds through their long journey from planting to harvest. The rolling pins and mixing bowls caught the light and held it, glowing like humble chalices filled with liquid starlight, transformed from simple tools into objects of wonder and beauty. Even the stone walls of the bakery began to pulse gently with remembered warmth, as if they recalled the quarry where they had been shaped by patient hands and loving craft, the mountains where they had rested for millennia before being called to serve human needs. Everything the flame touched was awakened to its own inner beauty, reminded of its connection to the great web of life that linked all things in bonds of love and purpose. The flame reached the ceiling and, instead of setting the ancient beams ablaze in a conflagration of destruction, it passed through the wood like water through a sieve, like light through crystal, emerging on the roof, where Peter and the lost boys waited with hearts full of wonder and anticipation. The transition was seamless and beautiful, a demonstration that the boundaries between materials were no barrier to creatures made of pure energy and love. It hovered before them, no longer a wild force of destruction, but a creature of pure light and curiosity, pulsing gently in time with the night breeze that carried the scents of sleeping gardens and distant forests. Its radiance was warm but not burning, bright but not blinding, beautiful beyond description or comparison. Up close, Peter could see that the flame wasn't really one creature but countless tiny sparks dancing together in perfect harmony, each one an individual note in a symphony of light. They moved in patterns too complex and beautiful for the human eye to fully comprehend, weaving in and out of existence like thoughts made visible, like dreams given form and substance. "Hello there," Peter said, extending his hand with the same gentle courtesy he would offer to any new friend, his voice carrying all the warmth and welcome that had drawn countless children to Neverland over the centuries. The flame settled onto his palm like a butterfly made of living light, establishing a connection that was both physical and spiritual, a bridge between the world of matter and the realm of pure energy. The flame pulsed with contentment, with gratitude, with the deep joy of being truly seen and understood for what it really was beneath its fearsome reputation. In its light, Peter could see reflections of all the hearth fires it had been part of, all the families it had warmed, all the meals it had helped to cook, all the stories it had listened to in the long winter evenings when humans gathered around its warmth for comfort and companionship. "Would you like to see the city?" Peter asked, his voice gentle as summer rain on flower petals, carrying within it the promise of adventures beyond imagination. "Would you like to meet others of your kind? Would you like to learn that fire can be something other than feared and contained, that it can be celebrated and loved and invited to play?" The flame flickered what could only be described as delight, its colors shifting rapidly through the entire spectrum of joy, rose pink excitement, golden anticipation, deep blue contentment, silver hope, and 1,000 other hues that had no earthly names, but spoke directly to the heart of anyone who witnessed them. And suddenly Peter understood, with the clarity that comes only to those who have never lost their connection to magic and wonder. Throughout London, in every hearth and fireplace, in every oil lamp and candle, flames just like this one were settling into cold sleep for the night, banking their fires and dimming their lights as duty demanded, accepting the role of servants when they could be so much more. But what if they didn't have to? What if, just for tonight, they could all come out to play? What if the entire city could become a constellation not of distant stars, but of living light made joyful and free, of fire transformed from servant to artist, from tool to teacher? With Tinker Bell adding her golden dust to his magic, each mote sparkling like captured laughter as it swirled through the night air and settled on the flame like a blessing, and the Lost Boys providing a chorus of gentle melodies that seemed to make the very darkness sing with joy, Peter began to call to the flames throughout the city, not with the harsh summons of destruction, not with the commanding voice of those who sought to use fire as a tool of war or conquest, but with the soft invitation of friendship, the gentle call of one child to another, the whispered promise of adventure and wonder that no wild thing could resist. "Come out," he sang without words, his voice carrying across the sleeping city like whispered secrets shared between best friends, like the sound of wind through leaves in a magical forest. "Come out and dance with us in the cool October air. Come out and see how beautiful the night can be when touched by living light that knows its own worth and power. Come out and remember that you are not servants or slaves, but spirits of joy and wonder, creatures of magic and possibility, children of the same cosmic forces that set the stars spinning in their courses and paint the dawn sky with colors that have no names but fill every heart with hope. The response was immediate and breathtaking, like the moment when a symphony begins and hundreds of instruments join together in perfect harmony. One by one, then dozens, then hundreds, they answered his call, emerging from chimneys throughout London, not as wild conflagrations seeking to devour and destroy, but as gentle spirits of light, each one glowing with its own unique color and personality, each one carrying within its core the accumulated warmth and love of all the homes it had served. They rose from the warm hearths of sleeping families like children climbing out of bed to witness the first snowfall of winter, their movements filled with wonder and anticipation. They emerged from the dying embers of tavern fires where stories had been shared and friendships forged over tankards of ale and plates of simple food, carrying with them the echo of laughter and the warmth of human companionship. From the forges of blacksmiths who shaped iron into beauty and utility, flames arose carrying the memory of sparks dancing like fallen stars, of metal transformed by heat and skill into tools and weapons and works of art. From the ovens of bakers throughout the city, flames emerged carrying the essence of bread and comfort, of the daily miracle that transformed grain into sustenance for body and soul. Individual flames emerged like human souls, each with its own character. Some were shy and tentative, flickering pale yellow like newborn stars. Others were bold and confident, burning steady blue and green like ocean waves. A few were ancient, glowing deep purple and burgundy, holding the wisdom of ages. They gathered around Peter like children to a beloved teacher, swirling and dancing above the rooftops. They moved in spirals and soaring arcs, no longer bound by hearths and lamps. London was transformed into a fairy tale city where magic lived openly, the air sparkling with enchantment. "Shall we create a symphony of light?" Peter asked, and what followed was the most beautiful sight London had ever seen. He conducted the flames with playful, graceful gestures, guiding them through the streets and across squares. The flames wove around church spires and towers, turning every building into art. The Tower of London became a fairy tale castle, and St. Paul's Cathedral a beacon crowned with stars. They danced across London Bridge like a river of light reflecting in the Thames. In the poorest alleys they brought warmth and beauty, illuminating forgotten corners and filling sleeping dreams with hope. The lost boys joined the dance, their laughter and music guiding the flames into intricate patterns. London slept a deeper, more peaceful sleep. Children dreamed of flying, and adults remembered their own childhood wonders. The flames themselves grew more joyful, their colors more vibrant. They sang a harmony of crackles and whispers, a chorus of crystal bells ringing with joy. Peter led them to the highest point in the city, where they gathered in a great circle of light. It pulsed with cosmic rhythm, sending ripples of color over the sleeping city. "You have shown me that even fire can be gentle," Peter said. "You've shown me that the wildest forces can learn to dance with love instead of rage." London's Great Fire transformed from a catastrophe into a celebration. Peter Pan, with his band of lost boys, guided the city's flames on a night of dance and discovery. The flames, once destined to destroy, instead learned to love and give. They became like the northern lights, their colors shifting with wonder and friendship. Peter explained that magic isn't about power, but about transformation, making the frightening beautiful and finding joy in challenges. Tinker Bell's sweet melody inspired the flames to dance, mingling with her dust to create glittering starlight. This harmony proved that true beauty comes from many voices working together. As dawn neared, the flames returned to their hearths and ovens, but they were changed. They left fragments of their light in windows, on door frames, and even on cobblestones, turning London into a city of subtle, beautiful radiance. They had learned to burn cleaner and brighter, giving more light and heat with less fuel. The people of London awoke to a city renewed by magic. Fires burned perfectly, candles shone with a new peacefulness, and even the air seemed to shimmer with possibility. Children woke up laughing, and adults hummed unknown melodies. The city had been touched by something beautiful while it slept. The lost boys flew back to Neverland, their dreams filled with the night's magic. When Tootles asked if it was real, Peter replied, "If it changes you, if it brings joy, isn't that the most real thing of all?" The Great Fire of London, now a legend, was no longer a disaster but a story of love, transformation, and a city that learned to dream. The Adventures of Pinocchio Sleep Story, the first submarine Pinocchio and the wooden fish. In the heart of old London, where the cobblestones still held the warmth of the September sun, and the River Thames flowed like liquid silver beneath the evening sky, there lived a gentle woodcarver named Geppetto and his beloved son Pinocchio. This was not the mischievous puppet of earlier days, but a boy who had learned the quiet wisdom that comes with understanding the world's tender mysteries. His wooden heart had long since transformed into something far more precious, a spirit filled with curiosity, kindness, and the patient wonder that comes to those who have discovered that the greatest adventures often unfold in the stillest moments. The year was 1624, and London hummed with the soft energy of invention and wonder. The city was awakening to new possibilities, and in workshops scattered along the Thames, craftsmen and dreamers worked side by side to bring extraordinary visions to life. In Geppetto's workshop, nestled between the sweet scent of cedar shavings and the patient tick of an old clock that had marked time through countless seasons, something truly extraordinary was taking shape. The workshop itself was a sanctuary of creation, where every tool had its place and every piece of wood was chosen with the reverence of a master selecting precious stones. Shafts of golden sunlight slanted through tall windows, illuminating motes of sawdust that danced like tiny sprites in the warm air. The walls were lined with shelves holding jars of brass screws and copper fittings, coils of rope that smelled of tar and adventure, and books filled with sketches of impossible machines and vessels that existed only in the imagination of dreamers. For months, Geppetto had been crafting what he called his wooden fish, a vessel unlike any boat that had ever graced the Thames. It was not born from military ambition or commercial enterprise, but from the simple, profound desire to see the world from a perspective that no human eye had ever known. The submarine curved like a great wooden whale, its hull smooth and polished to a honeyed glow that seemed to capture and hold the light of every sunset it had witnessed during its creation. Every plank had been chosen with care, selected not just for its strength and beauty, but for the song it sang when the craftsman's plane ran across its grain. Geppetto would often pause in his work to listen to these wooden whispers, understanding that the best vessels were not merely built, but grown into being through the marriage of skill, patience, and something that could only be called love. Every joint had been sealed with the devotion that only a master craftsman possesses, every curve shaped with hands that understood that true creation requires not just technique, but tenderness. Small round windows, like gentle eyes, were set into the sides of the submarine, their glass thick and clear as morning dew captured in crystal. These windows had been crafted by the finest glaziers in London, men who understood that glass was not merely a barrier between inside and out, but a lens through which wonder could be witnessed. The panes were slightly convex, designed to magnify and clarify the underwater world they would soon reveal. Inside the submarine, cushioned benches waited patiently, their surfaces covered in soft leather that had been treated with oils to resist the moisture of their aquatic destiny. Brass fittings gleamed softly in the lamplight, each piece polished to mirror brightness and secured with the attention to detail that separated craftsmanship from mere construction. The interior was designed not just for functionality, but for comfort and wonder, a place where father and son could sit together and witness miracles. Pinocchio would often sit cross-legged beside his father as the work progressed, watching the steady rhythm of plane against wood, listening to the whispered songs Geppetto hummed as he shaped each piece. The boy had learned to appreciate these quiet moments, understanding now that the greatest adventures often begin in the stillest of places, in the patient accumulation of dreams made manifest through skilled hands and loving hearts. "Papa," Pinocchio would ask in his soft voice, his words carrying the weight of genuine curiosity rather than impatience, "what will we see beneath the water?" Geppetto would pause in his work, his weathered hands still holding his tools, and smile with the patience of someone who has discovered that the best answers come not from rushing toward conclusions, but from wandering together in the spaces between questions and knowledge. His eyes would grow distant, as if he could already see through the Thames's murky surface to the wonders that lay hidden beneath. "Ah, my dear boy," he would say, setting down his plane and turning his full attention to his son, "I believe we will see the Thames as no one has ever seen it before. the secret world that lives beneath the surface, where the fish dream their silver dreams, and the river plants dance in currents we cannot feel from above. There are creatures down there, I'm certain, that have never known the touch of sunlight, beings that move through water as gracefully as birds move through air. As September's days grew shorter and the light that filtered through the workshop windows took on the golden hue of approaching autumn, the wooden fish neared completion. Geppetto had consulted with learned men about the mysteries of moving beneath water, spending long evenings in taverns and coffee houses, where inventors and dreamers gathered to share their visions and their failures in equal measure. But his creation was guided more by intuition than by science, more by love than by calculation. On the morning of the 12th of September, as the first rays of sunlight painted the Thames in shades of rose and amber, father and son made their way to the river's edge. The wooden submarine rested gently on the bank, looking for all the world like a creature that had always belonged to the water and was merely waiting for permission to return home. Its hull gleamed in the early light, every surface reflecting the craftsman's love and the dreamer's vision. The air was crisp with autumn's first kiss, carrying the scents of wood smoke from early morning fires, fresh bread from bakeries beginning their daily work, and the clean, ancient smell of the river itself. A light mist rose from the Thames's surface like the breath of sleeping giants, creating an atmosphere of magic and possibility that seemed to bless their enterprise before it had even begun. London was awakening slowly around them, but the awakening felt different this morning, gentler somehow, as if the city itself was aware that something extraordinary was about to unfold on its ancient river. The distant sounds of merchants preparing for the day blended with the soft clip-clop of horses on cobblestones and the gentle lap of small waves against the embankment, creating a symphony of urban peace. Geppetto ran his hands one final time along the submarine's smooth hull, checking each fitting with the careful attention of a father tucking in his child for the night. His fingers traced the familiar curves and joints, each touch confirming what his eyes already knew, that this vessel was ready for its maiden voyage. "She's ready, Pinocchio," he said softly, and there was wonder in his voice, mixed with the profound satisfaction that comes from seeing a long-held dream finally take physical form. "Our wooden fish is ready to swim." Together, they climbed through the small hatch at the top of the vessel, their movements careful and deliberate. The hatch itself was a marvel of engineering and artistry, its hinges silent as silk, its seal designed to keep the Thames at bay, while allowing them to enter and exit their underwater sanctuary with ease. Inside, the wooden fish was even more remarkable than it had appeared from without. The walls curved around them like a gentle embrace, their surface warm to the touch and smooth as polished stone. Every inch of the interior had been crafted with the same attention to detail as the exterior, creating a space that was both functional and beautiful, practical and inspiring. The brass fittings caught and reflected the morning light that streamed through the round windows, creating patterns of golden illumination that danced across the wooden walls like captured sunbeams. Cushioned benches provided comfortable seating, their surfaces covered in leather so soft it seemed to invite long hours of peaceful contemplation. Small shelves held the provisions they might need, fresh water in containers made of glazed ceramic, simple bread wrapped in clean cloth, and a basket of apples that gleamed red as garnets in the soft light. The interior smelled of cedar and beeswax, of patient craftsmanship and dreams made manifest. It was a scent that spoke of countless hours of careful work, of hands that had shaped every piece with love, of a vision that had slowly, steadily transformed from imagination into reality. Pinocchio breathed deeply, wanting to remember this moment, this scent, this feeling of being on the threshold of extraordinary adventure. As the wooden submarine began its slow descent into the Thames, the first sensation was one of the most profound peace Pinocchio had ever known. The sounds of London, the calls of merchants beginning their daily work, the rattle of cartwheels on cobblestones, the distant bells of churches marking the passage of time gradually faded until they were replaced by something entirely new and magical. The cacophony of urban life gave way to the soft, rhythmic gurgle of water against the vessel's hull, a sound that was both foreign and somehow familiar. The gentle creaking of wood adjusting to its new element added a percussion to this aquatic symphony, each small sound speaking of the submarine's willingness to become part of this underwater world. Beneath these more obvious sounds lay something even more remarkable, a silence so complete it seemed to have substance, a quiet so profound that it felt like a living thing surrounding them, welcoming them, embracing them with the peace that exists only in places untouched by the hurry and worry of surface life. Through the round windows, the world transformed before their eyes with the slow majesty of a sunrise. The familiar Thames, which they had known from countless walks along its banks, revealed itself to be something altogether different beneath the surface. The water, which had appeared merely brown and murky from above, revealed layers of color and light that shifted and danced like liquid music made visible. The transformation was gradual and magical, each foot of descent revealing new aspects of this hidden world. Particles of silt and tiny organisms drifted past the windows like golden snow, each mote catching and scattering the filtered sunlight in miniature rainbows that lasted for heartbeats before dissolving into the ever-changing patterns of underwater light. As they descended deeper, leaving behind the last influences of surface waves and wind, the light that reached them became softer, more diffuse, taking on the quality of an underwater sunset. The harsh edges of the world above dissolved into something dreamlike and fluid, where shapes suggested rather than defined, where movement was a gentle ballet performed in slow motion by creatures and currents that had never known the urgency of terrestrial life. Colors that existed nowhere in the surface world began to appear around them. The Thames revealed shades of green and gold and amber that shifted and changed with the play of filtered sunlight, creating a palette that belonged more to the realm of dreams than to the familiar world of London's bustling waterfront. Pinocchio found himself speaking in whispers, not from any sense of danger, but because loud voices seemed not just inappropriate, but impossible in this hushed cathedral of water. The underwater world demanded a different kind of communication, one that respected the ancient quiet that reigned in these depths. "Papa, look," he breathed, pressing his face against the window with the wonder of someone witnessing their first miracle. A school of small fish had appeared, their silver bodies catching the dappled light like living coins tossed by some underwater deity. They moved as one entity, a single organism composed of hundreds of individual lives, turning and swirling in patterns that seemed to follow some ancient, intuitive music that only they could hear. The wooden submarine settled gently onto the river's bottom with the softest of touches, like a leaf coming to rest on still water. The landing was so gentle that it seemed the Thames had reached up to receive them, cushioning their arrival with the tenderness of a mother welcoming home a long-absent child. Here, on the river bottom, they discovered a landscape as complex and beautiful as any terrestrial vista, but utterly transformed by its aquatic nature. The bottom was not the uniform mud they might have expected, but a varied terrain of sandy patches, rocky outcroppings, and areas where decades of river life had created formations that resembled underwater gardens. Time seemed to move differently in this underwater realm, following rhythms older and slower than those that governed life above. The currents that flowed around them were visible now, made apparent by the particles they carried and the way they bent the water plants in their slow, eternal dance. These currents carried with them the detritus and treasures of centuries fallen leaves that had been transformed into delicate brown lace, small stones polished smooth by decades of patient water, tiny shells that spiraled in perfect mathematical beauty. Through their windows, father and son watched as the life of the riverbed revealed itself with the patience of a flower opening to morning sunlight. Long-legged water birds, invisible from the surface, stepped delicately through the shallows at the river's edge, their movements creating gentle ripples that reached the submarine like whispered greetings from the world above. Plants swayed in the current with a grace that put the finest dancers to shame, their fronds reaching toward the distant surface like fingers seeking the sun they had never directly known but somehow understood was the source of all life. These underwater gardens created forests in miniature, complete ecosystems where tiny creatures lived out entire life cycles in the space between fronds. Geppetto moved to sit beside his son, and together they watched this secret world unfold before them with the patience of people who had discovered something worth observing for hours, days, lifetimes. The interior of the submarine had taken on a quality of warmth and safety that made it feel less like a vessel and more like a home, a sanctuary from which they could observe the wonders of this hidden realm. The golden light filtering through the water cast gentle patterns on the wooden walls, patterns that shifted and danced in a mesmerizing display of natural artistry. These patterns were never the same from moment to moment, constantly changing as the light above them moved with the passing clouds, as particles in the water created temporary prisms and lenses. "I never imagined," Pinocchio whispered, his voice full of quiet wonder, "that there could be so much beauty in a place we cannot normally see." His father nodded, his eyes following the graceful movement of a large fish that swam past their window with the unhurried dignity of an underwater king. This fish was clearly ancient, its scales marked with the patterns of long life, its movements speaking of decades spent navigating the Thames's currents and depths. "The world is full of hidden places, my boy," Geppetto said softly. "Sometimes the most extraordinary things exist just beyond what we think we know, just beneath what we think we see. The Thames has been here for longer than London, and all this time it has been keeping secrets, harboring wonders, creating beauty that no one has ever witnessed." As the hours passed, though time seemed to have less meaning in this underwater realm, they observed the subtle rhythms that governed river life. Small creatures emerged from hiding places in the muddy bottom, their forms strange and wonderful in the filtered light. Crayfish scuttled across the sandy patches with the determined purpose of tiny engineers, their movements speaking of urgent business conducted with the unhurried pace that characterized all life in this underwater realm. Water insects created patterns on the surface far above that looked, from below, like nature's own calligraphy written in silver ink. These patterns were visible only from their underwater vantage point, messages written on the surface of the Thames by creatures who had no knowledge that their movements were creating art. The submarine itself had become part of this underwater landscape, accepted by the river's inhabitants as naturally as if it had always been there. The fish showed no fear of this wooden intruder, perhaps sensing the peaceful intentions of the vessel and its occupants. Small fish investigated the vessel with curious eyes, their faces pressed against the windows in a perfect mirror of Pinocchio's own wonder. Some of the braver fish would remain at the windows for long minutes, their large eyes reflecting the same curiosity that burned in Pinocchio's own gaze. During these moments, boy and fish would regard each other across the barrier of glass and understanding, each recognizing in the other something worth knowing, something worth protecting. The gentle creaking of the submarine's hull created a rhythm that was almost hypnotic, like a wooden lullaby sung by the Thames itself. This sound was not mechanical but organic, the voice of living wood responding to the embrace of water, the song of craftsmanship finding its purpose in the element for which it had been designed. The sound was accompanied by the soft whisper of water flowing around their vessel, a sound that spoke of infinite patience and infinite movement, of the river's eternal journey from source to sea. Occasionally, there would be the gentle tap of a curious fish or piece of river debris against their windows, sounds that felt like friendly greetings from the underwater community. These sounds blended into a symphony of such subtle beauty that both father and son found themselves growing drowsy with contentment. It was not the drowsiness of fatigue, but the peaceful relaxation that comes from being perfectly where one belongs, from witnessing beauty so profound that it quieted the restless parts of the human spirit. As the afternoon sun reached its highest point in the sky above, the light filtering down to them took on an ethereal quality that transformed their underwater sanctuary into something that seemed to exist outside the normal boundaries of time and space. The water around them became a cathedral of liquid gold, each particle and organism illuminated like a tiny star in a vast flowing constellation. Dust motes and tiny organisms danced in the illuminated columns of light that penetrated the Thames's depths, creating a display that was part natural phenomenon, part spiritual experience. These dancing particles seemed to follow choreography written by the currents themselves, moving in patterns that suggested meaning and purpose. Watching this underwater aurora, Pinocchio felt his eyelids growing heavy, not with ordinary tiredness, but with the profound relaxation that comes from witnessing something so beautiful it quieted all the worried, restless parts of the mind. The dancing lights seemed to speak directly to some deeper part of consciousness, bypassing thought and analysis to touch something more fundamental, more peaceful. He fought sleep at first, not wanting to miss a moment of this extraordinary experience, but gradually he began to understand that this resistance was unnecessary. The Thames would continue its patient display of wonders. This beauty existed for its own sake, and would continue whether he was awake to witness it or not. Geppetto, observing his son's struggle to stay awake, smiled with the wisdom of a father who understands that the most profound experiences often happen in the space between waking and sleeping. "Rest, my boy," he said gently, his voice carrying the same rhythm as the water flowing around their vessel. "The river will keep us safe, and when you wake, there will be new wonders to see. The Thames never stops creating beauty. It never stops revealing secrets. Sleep now, and let the river sing you its lullabies." But Pinocchio was reluctant to close his eyes, fearing that sleep might somehow break the spell of this magical place. Through the windows, the underwater world continued its slow, graceful dance, and he found himself mesmerized by the gentle swaying of water plants that seemed to reach toward their submarine like welcoming arms. The plants moved with a hypnotic rhythm that seemed to synchronize with his own breathing, their fronds bending and straightening in patterns that suggested some form of underwater breathing, as if the Thames itself was a vast living entity drawing breath through millions of plant lungs. This rhythm was deeply soothing, connecting him to cycles of life and growth that had been operating long before humans had ever seen this river. A group of larger fish approached their submarine, their movements dignified and unhurried, like a delegation of underwater ambassadors coming to pay their respects to the strange wooden visitor. These were ancient-looking creatures, their scales marked with the patterns of long life, their eyes holding the wisdom of decades spent in the Thames depths. The largest of these fish, a magnificent specimen with scales that shifted from silver to green in the filtered light, came to rest directly in front of one of the submarine's windows. This fish was clearly the elder of its kind, bearing scars that spoke of a long life successfully lived, eyes that reflected not just intelligence but something that could only be called wisdom. For a long moment, fish and boy regarded each other across the barrier of glass and species, and Pinocchio felt a connection that transcended words or understanding. There was kindness in the creature's ancient eyes, a benevolence that seemed to radiate outward into the water around them. This fish had seen countless seasons pass, had witnessed the Thames through all its moods and changes, and in its gaze was the peace that comes from understanding one's place in the larger rhythms of existence. As if blessed by this encounter, Pinocchio finally allowed his eyes to close, though his mind remained aware of the gentle movements and sounds around him. The submarine rocked almost imperceptibly in the current, the motion so subtle it was like being cradled by invisible hands that understood exactly what kind of movement would bring the deepest peace. This underwater rocking was unlike any motion he had ever experienced. It was not the sharp, sudden movements of surface boats dealing with waves and wind, but something far more gentle, the movement of water itself responding to currents and tides that operated on scales far larger than any individual vessel. It was the Thames itself that was rocking him to sleep, the ancient river offering its own form of lullaby. The sounds of their underwater world continued their symphony around his relaxing consciousness, the soft gurgle of water, the gentle creaking of wood, the whispered passage of fish and current, weaving themselves into a lullaby of such perfect tranquility that sleep came not as an ending, but as a deepening of the experience. Even as he slept, some part of his awareness remained connected to this underwater world, conscious of the gentle movements of fish past their windows, aware of the subtle changes in light as clouds passed overhead and the sun continued its ancient journey across the sky. His sleep was not separate from the Thames, but connected to it, part of the great rhythm of rest and renewal that governed all life in this hidden realm. Geppetto watched over his sleeping son with the contentment of a father who had shared something truly special with his child. Outside their windows, the river continued its ancient dance, and the wooden submarine continued to be accepted as part of this hidden world, a testimony to the possibility of human creation existing in harmony with natural wonder. Schools of tiny fish created silver clouds that drifted past like living weather, each cloud following currents invisible to surface dwellers, each movement part of migrations and gatherings that followed schedules older than human civilization. These fish moved like thoughts made visible, appearing suddenly and disappearing just as quickly, leaving only the memory of silver light and graceful motion. Larger solitary fish moved through the water with the patient grace of underwater philosophers, each one following its own path through the Thames's depths, each one carrying within its simple existence the accumulated wisdom of its species. These fish seemed to understand something about the nature of time and patience that surface dwellers had forgotten. As the sun began its descent toward evening, the light filtering down to them changed once again, taking on the warm, golden tones of late afternoon. This light was different from the harsh illumination of midday, softer and more diffuse, creating an atmosphere that was both intimate and majestic. The patterns it cast on the submarine's interior walls shifted from bright gold to deeper amber, creating an environment that felt like being inside a perfectly crafted wooden jewel. When Pinocchio finally stirred from his peaceful sleep, the first thing he saw was his father's gentle smile and the soft amber light that filled their underwater sanctuary. Outside, the river's evening shift was beginning. Different fish emerged from their daytime resting places, and the water plants seemed to settle into a different rhythm, as if preparing for the quieter hours of night. "How long was I sleeping, Papa?" Pinocchio asked, his voice soft with the lingering contentment of deep rest. "Time moves differently down here," Geppetto replied, gesturing toward the windows where the golden light continued its slow dance. You slept as long as you needed to, and the river kept us safe while you rested. As if to confirm his words, a gentle current nudged their submarine, rocking it slightly in what felt like a tender caress. The movement was so soft, so careful, that it seemed the Thames itself was taking care of them, ensuring their comfort in its depths. Looking out through the windows, Pinocchio saw that the underwater landscape had taken on a different character in the afternoon light. Shadows were longer now, creating mysterious caverns and grottos among the river plants. The water itself seemed denser, more golden, like liquid honey through which their fish neighbors moved with even greater grace and dignity. A family of water birds had settled on the riverbank near the surface, and their reflections created wavering, impressionistic paintings on the river's ceiling far above. Occasionally, one would dip its beak into the water, sending ripples down to where the submarine rested, ripples that arrived like gentle messages from the world above. "I feel as if we could stay here forever," Pinocchio murmured, watching a particularly graceful fish navigate between the swaying fronds of a water plant. Everything is so peaceful, so perfect. The amber sun was setting behind the rolling hills of Kansas when Dorothy found herself walking along a road she had never seen before. It wasn't the familiar yellow brick road she remembered. This path was made of smooth pearl-colored stones that seemed to glow softly with their own inner light, each step releasing the faintest chime like distant wind bells. The sound was so gentle it felt more like a memory of music than actual noise. Toto padded beside her, his dark eyes heavy with contentment, occasionally pausing to sniff at clusters of lavender-blue flowers that grew along the roadside. These weren't ordinary flowers. Their petals seemed to shimmer and shift like silk scarves in a barely perceptible breeze, and they gave off a scent that reminded Dorothy of her grandmother's quilt on winter mornings, mixed with something indefinably magical. "I wonder where this road leads," Dorothy murmured, her voice soft in the golden twilight. The air around them felt thick with magic, but not the urgent, crackling kind she had experienced before. This was magic like honey, slow and golden and warm, seeping into her very bones. As if summoned by her words, 3 familiar figures emerged from around a gentle bend in the path. The scarecrow's stuffed form moved with easy grace, bits of straw catching the last rays of sunlight like spun gold. The Tin Woodman's polished surface reflected the pearl road in rippling patterns, and his oilkin gleamed like a small silver moon at his side. The Cowardly Lion's magnificent mane had grown longer and softer, flowing around his shoulders like burnished copper. "Dorothy," the Scarecrow called, his painted smile broader than she had ever seen it. "How wonderful to find you here on the Twilight Road." "The Twilight Road?" Dorothy asked, watching as tiny fireflies began to emerge from the lavender flowers, their lights pulsing in perfect rhythm with her heartbeat. "Oh yes," said the Tin Woodman, his voice carrying a musical quality, as if his chest contained tiny silver bells. "This road only appears when the day grows sleepy and ready to become night. It leads to the most peaceful place in all of Oz." The lion yawned luxuriously, a sound like distant thunder on a summer evening. I was just thinking how perfectly drowsy I felt when I found myself here. There's something about this path that makes all your worries feel very far away. Dorothy nodded, realizing that she too felt a profound sense of calm settling over her like a cashmere blanket. The four friends, five, counting Toto, continued along the Pearl Road as the sky deepened to the color of ripe plums. Stars began to appear one by one, but these weren't the sharp, glittering stars of Kansas nights. These stars were soft and round, glowing like lanterns made of warm honey, casting everything in the gentlest possible light. The landscape around them began to change as they walked. Rolling hills gave way to what looked like enormous cushions covered in moss, so thick and soft it seemed to invite them to lie down and rest. Willow trees with silver-white leaves swayed without wind, their branches moving in slow, hypnotic patterns that made Dorothy's eyelids feel pleasantly heavy. "Look there," whispered the Tin Woodman, pointing ahead with a metal finger that caught the starlight. In the distance, nestled between two moss-covered hills, lay a village unlike any Dorothy had ever seen. The houses were round and softly curved, built from what appeared to be moonstone and pearl. Warm, golden light spilled from windows shaped like flower petals, and thin streams of lavender smoke curled up from chimneys into the star-filled sky. "The village of gentle sleep," the lion said with reverence. "I've heard tales of this place, but never imagined I would see it." As they approached the village, Dorothy noticed that the very air seemed different, thicker and more embracing, like walking through clouds made of silk. The Pearl Road widened into a circular plaza at the village's heart, where a fountain bubbled quietly. But instead of water, the fountain flowed with what looked like liquid starlight, each droplet catching the honey-colored light and casting tiny rainbows that danced briefly before fading. The villagers who greeted them were unlike any people Dorothy had met in Oz. They moved with the fluid grace of sleepwalkers, but their eyes were bright and aware. Their clothes seemed to be woven from twilight itself, flowing robes in shades of deep blue and soft purple that shifted and shimmered with each movement. Their voices, when they spoke, were like whispered lullabies. "Welcome, travelers," said a woman whose hair was the color of moonbeams and whose smile radiated the kind of peace Dorothy had only felt in the moments just before falling asleep. "I am Luna, the keeper of restful dreams. We have been expecting you." "Expecting us?" Dorothy asked, surprised but not alarmed. Everything in this place felt so safe and welcoming that even surprises seemed gentle. Luna nodded, her movements creating tiny sparkles in the air around her. "The Twilight Road only brings those who need what our village offers, the gift of perfect rest and peaceful dreams. Come, let me show you the wonders of our little haven." She led them through streets paved with the same pearl stones as the road, but here they were arranged in swirling patterns that seemed to guide the eye in slow, peaceful spirals. Gardens bloomed on either side of the pathways, filled with flowers Dorothy had never imagined, blossoms that looked like sleeping faces, their petals gently closed, vines that grew in soft, spiraling patterns around trellises made of crystallized moonlight, and trees whose leaves whispered the softest lullabies when the evening breeze moved through them. "These are slumber poppies," Luna explained, gesturing to a patch of flowers that resembled enormous silk pillows in shades of cream and pale gold. "They bloom only in the deepest peace, and their fragrance carries away any lingering worries from the day." The lion lowered his great head to breathe in their scent, and immediately looked even more relaxed, his eyes half closed in blissful contentment. "I feel as though I could sleep for 100 years and dream only beautiful dreams." "And here," Luna continued, leading them to what appeared to be a grove of trees whose trunks were hollow and glowing softly from within, "are the lullaby trees. Listen closely." Dorothy tilted her head and heard the faintest music emanating from the hollow trunks, not quite melody, not quite harmony, but something that seemed to resonate in her very bones, making her feel safe and cherished and infinitely calm. "The trees remember every lullaby ever sung," Luna explained. "They store them in their heartwood and share them with anyone who needs comfort." The scarecrow, whose painted eyes had grown soft and dreamy, leaned against one of the glowing trunks. "Even I, who never truly sleep, feel ready to close my eyes and rest peacefully." They passed a workshop where villagers were engaged in the most curious occupation Dorothy had ever witnessed. They sat at looms that seemed to be made of crystallized spider webs, weaving with threads that looked like captured moonbeams and starlight. The fabric they created shimmered and flowed like water, but when Dorothy reached out to touch a completed piece, it felt like the softest cloud. "We weave dreams here," explained a man whose fingers moved through the threads with practiced ease. "Each tapestry becomes someone's peaceful sleep somewhere in the world. Tonight, this one will become a child's dream of flying through fields of flowers." The tapestry he indicated showed a landscape of rolling meadows in soft pastels, where butterflies the size of leaves danced through the air, leaving trails of golden sparkles. As Dorothy watched, the scene seemed to move slightly, the butterflies' wings fluttering in slow motion, the flowers swaying in an unfelt breeze. "How beautiful," she breathed. "Would you like to help?" the Dreamweaver asked. "Anyone can learn, though some have a natural gift for it." The Tin Woodman stepped forward, his metal hands gleaming in the workshop's gentle light. "I would like very much to try, I think. I think I might weave a dream of a peaceful forest where all the creatures sleep safely together." The Dreamweaver smiled and guided the Tin Woodman's hands to the loom. To everyone's amazement, his metal fingers seemed to know exactly how to work the ethereal threads. Where he touched them, images of sleeping deer and drowsing rabbits began to appear in the fabric, all curled together in a forest clearing bathed in silver moonlight. "You have the heart of a dream weaver," Luna observed with delight. "Hearts that have learned to love are the very best at creating peaceful dreams for others." As they continued through the village, they discovered more wonders. There was a bakery where the bakers worked with ingredients like crystallized twilight and powdered starlight, creating pastries that would ensure sweet dreams for those who ate them. The baker, a round, jolly woman with flower-dusted hands that sparkled, offered them small, crescent-shaped cookies that tasted like vanilla and dreams. "These are moon cakes," she explained as Dorothy bit into one, marveling at how it seemed to dissolve on her tongue like sugar made of clouds. "They contain just enough magic to chase away any nightmares and fill your sleep with gentle adventures." They visited a library where the books were made of pages that felt like silk and contained stories that read themselves aloud in whispered voices, the words flowing like a gentle stream. The Scarecrow was particularly entranced by a volume called The Encyclopedia of Peaceful Thoughts, whose pages turned themselves, showing him illustrations of serene landscapes and calm faces. "I never knew," he said wonderingly, "that there were so many different ways to think about nothing at all." In the village's central garden, they found the most magical sight yet. A grove of trees grew in a perfect circle, their branches intertwining overhead to form a natural canopy. But these branches weren't covered with ordinary leaves. Instead, they were adorned with what looked like soap bubbles, each one containing a tiny, perfect scene of peaceful sleep. Dorothy could see miniature beds floating in some bubbles, tiny figures curled up in cozy nooks in others, and even one that showed a small dragon peacefully napping on a pile of flower petals. "The dream orchard," Luna said softly. "Every bubble contains a different dream, waiting to find the right dreamer. They float down when someone truly needs them." As they watched, one of the bubbles containing the image of a child sleeping peacefully while being rocked by gentle ocean waves drifted down and landed softly on the lion's mane before disappearing in a shower of golden sparkles. "Oh," the lion said with wonder, "I felt that dream settle right into my heart. What a remarkable sensation." Luna smiled. "That dream chose you, dear lion. Tonight when you sleep, you'll dream of floating on calm, warm seas under starlit skies." They spent what felt like hours exploring the village, though Dorothy noticed that time seemed to move differently here, stretched and slowed like honey, giving them all the time in the world to appreciate each small wonder. They watched villagers tend gardens of sleeping flowers, saw children playing quiet games with toys that glowed softly in the gathering darkness, and witnessed a choir practicing lullabies so beautiful that even the stars seemed to lean closer to listen. The choir stood in a circle around the starlight fountain, their voices blending in harmonies that seemed to make the very air shimmer with peace. Dorothy noticed that as they sang, the liquid starlight in the fountain began to pulse and flow in rhythm with their music, and the honey-colored stars overhead seemed to twinkle in time with the melody. As the night deepened, Luna led them to a small inn called the Drowsy Owl, where rooms were prepared for any travelers who might need rest. The inn was built inside what appeared to be an enormous tree trunk, its walls curved and smooth, glowing with the same gentle inner light they had seen throughout the village. Each room is designed to provide the most restful sleep possible, Luna explained as she showed them through corridors that spiraled gently upward like the inside of a nautilus shell. The walls are made from compressed moonbeams and whispered prayers for peaceful sleep. Dorothy's room was at the very top of the inn, reached by a staircase that seemed to float in mid-air, each step solid but transparent as glass. Her room was circular, with windows that looked out over the entire village. But what captured her attention immediately was the bed. It appeared to be carved from a single enormous pearl, its surface so smooth and lustrous that it seemed to glow from within. The bedding looked like it was made from clouds that had been somehow spun into the softest possible fabric. "This is the pearl of profound rest," Luna said, running her hand along the bed's curved edge. "It was a gift from the ocean of sleep itself, given to us many years ago when our village first learned the secret of perfect peace." "What secret is that?" Dorothy asked, settling onto the edge of the pearl bed and marveling at how it seemed to embrace her, perfectly supporting her body as if it had been made specifically for her. Luna sat beside her, and her presence felt like being wrapped in the warmest, softest shawl. "The secret is very simple, though it took us many years to understand it fully. Perfect rest comes not from emptying the mind, but from filling it with the most beautiful, peaceful thoughts possible. When we dream, we don't try to escape from the world, we try to dream it into being even more wonderful than it already is." She gestured toward the window, where Dorothy could see the entire village spread out below them, glowing softly in the honey-colored starlight. "Every dream woven in our workshops, every lullaby sung in our streets, every moment of peace we create, it all flows out into the world, making sleep gentler and dreams sweeter for everyone, everywhere." Dorothy felt a profound sense of understanding wash over her. "So you're not just resting, you're making rest for others." "Exactly," Luna said with a smile that seemed to contain all the warmth of every bedtime story ever told. "And that, dear Dorothy, is why sleep here is so peaceful. When you know your rest is helping others find their own peace, your dreams become deeper and more restorative than you ever imagined possible." From the rooms below, Dorothy could hear her friends settling in for the night. The Scarecrow's voice drifted up, wondering aloud about the nature of dreams for someone made of straw and wishes. The Tin Woodman's gentle movements created tiny musical notes as he arranged himself comfortably. The lion's satisfied sighs suggested he was already halfway to the peaceful sea dreams that had chosen him. Luna rose gracefully. "Sleep well, Dorothy. Tomorrow, the Twilight Road will take you wherever you need to go next. But tonight, rest here in our village, and know that your dreams will add their own magic to the tapestry we weave." Before she left, Luna drew a small, crystalline vial from her robes, filled with what looked like liquid moonlight. "This is distilled tranquility," she said, offering the vial to Dorothy. "Just a single drop on your pillow will ensure that your sleep is filled with only the most beautiful dreams." After Luna left, Dorothy changed into nightclothes that had been laid out for her, a gown that felt like wearing moonlight, so soft and light it was almost like being dressed in gentle air itself. She placed a single drop of the liquid tranquility on her pillow and watched as it spread in ripples of soft light across the fabric, filling the room with the scent of night-blooming jasmine and absolute safety. She slipped between sheets that seemed to have been woven from the concept of comfort itself, and rested her head on pillows that cradled her as if they were made of compressed sighs of contentment. The bed seemed to adjust itself continuously to her movements, ensuring that every part of her body was perfectly supported. Through her window, she could see the dream weavers still at work in their workshop, their fingers moving slowly through threads of starlight. The lullaby trees continued their soft singing, and the fountain sparkled with its flow of liquid starlight. But as Dorothy watched, she began to notice something wonderful happening. Tiny motes of light dreams, she realized, were beginning to rise from the village like the gentlest possible fireworks. They drifted up into the sky, each one carrying someone's peaceful sleep to someone else who needed it. Some dreams were the color of sunrise, others the deep blue of midnight, and still others shimmered with all the colors of a rainbow seen through morning mist. As she watched this nightly migration of dreams, Dorothy felt her own eyes growing heavy. But instead of fighting sleep, she welcomed it, understanding now that her own rest would become part of the village's gift to the world. She thought of all the people everywhere who might struggle to find peace at the end of their days, and she wished them all the gentle comfort she felt surrounding her now. Her last conscious thought was of the dream she wanted to send out into the world, a dream of a place where anyone could come to find rest, where every person could feel as safe and cherished as she felt right now. Dorothy slept, and her dreams joined the river of peaceful rest flowing out from the village. She dreamed of floating through clouds that felt like her grandmother's embrace, of walking through gardens where every flower sang her favorite lullabies, of sitting by fires that warmed her soul while stars told her stories of all the beautiful things that existed in the universe. And somewhere in her dreams she could hear Luna's voice, soft as silk and warm as candlelight, whispering the village's ancient blessing. May your sleep be deep, your dreams be sweet, and your rest bring peace to all the world. In the morning, though morning in the village of gentle sleep came slowly and softly, like watercolors bleeding across wet paper, Dorothy woke feeling more rested than she had ever felt in her life. The pearl bed had somehow memorized the exact shape of her sleeping form, and she felt as though she had been held all night in the most perfect embrace. Toto was already awake, sitting by the window and watching the last of the night's dreams drift away into the pale morning sky. His tail wagged slowly, peacefully, as if he, too, had experienced the most wonderful sleep of his life. From downstairs came the gentle sounds of her friends beginning their day, the scarecrow's contented humming, the lion's satisfied stretches, and the Tin Woodman's careful movements as he polished himself to a mirror shine. Dorothy dressed slowly, savoring each moment of this perfect peace. When she finally made her way downstairs, she found her friends gathered around a table in the inn's common room, which was filled with the most wonderful smells, fresh bread, honey, and something that smelled like comfort itself. Luna appeared with a breakfast tray, setting before them foods that seemed designed specifically to ease the transition from sleep to waking. There were pastries shaped like crescent moons and filled with cream that tasted like sweet dreams, fruits that had been kissed by morning dew and sunshine until they glowed from within, and tea that had been brewed from leaves that had absorbed 1,000 peaceful dawns. "Did you all sleep well?" Luna asked. Though the answer was written clearly on their faces, each friend looked more rested and content than Dorothy had ever seen them. "I dreamed I was floating," the lion said wonderingly, "just as you promised, on warm seas, under the most beautiful stars. I felt so safe, so perfectly at peace. I dreamed that my straw was made of golden light," the scarecrow added, "and that everywhere I walked, flowers of wisdom grew in my footsteps." "And I," said the Tin Woodman, "dreamed that my heart had grown so full of love that it began to sing, and the song helped every lonely person in the world find a friend." Dorothy smiled, remembering her own dreams of gardens and lullabies and universal peace. "I've never slept so well. It was like being rocked to sleep by the universe itself." Luna clapped her hands together in delight. "Perfect. Then our gift has been received as it was meant to be. But before you continue on your way, there's one more thing I'd like to show you." She led them out of the inn and through the village to a small cottage that sat slightly apart from the others. This building was different, older somehow, and simpler, built from ordinary wood and stone rather than moonstone and pearl, but it radiated a warmth and comfort that made all of them want to step closer. "This," Luna said, "is where our village's magic began. An old woman named Grandmother Willow lived here many years ago. She was the first person in Oz to understand that sleep was not just rest for the body, but nourishment for the soul." Dorothy's Cozy Rain from the Rainy Sleep Stories collection. The first drops began to fall just as Dorothy stepped out of the little cottage she had been visiting in the Winky Country, her basket filled with warm honey cakes wrapped in checkered cloth. She paused on the yellow brick path, tilting her face upward to catch the cool moisture on her cheeks. After so many adventures in the land of Oz, she had learned to welcome the rain as an old friend. "Oh, Toto," she said softly, watching her little dog's ears perk up at the sound of raindrops tapping against the broad leaves of the silver trees that lined the path. "Doesn't that sound lovely?" The rain began as the gentlest whisper, each drop seeming to choose its landing place with care. It touched the yellow bricks with soft little kisses, darkening them to the color of autumn honey. It settled on the petals of the roadside flowers, great blooms of coral and lavender that seemed to nod their heads in gratitude for the drink. Dorothy pulled her blue gingham dress a little closer, though the air remained warm and sweet. The rain was not the harsh, driving kind that had once carried her away from Kansas in a great gray tornado. This was different, a tender, nurturing rain that seemed to sing lullabies to the earth. As she walked along the familiar yellow brick road, her ruby slippers made soft clicking sounds that harmonized with the gentle percussion of the rain. Toto trotted beside her, his dark fur beginning to glisten with tiny water droplets that caught the filtered light like scattered diamonds. The sky above them was not the angry green-black of storm clouds, but a soft pearl gray, like a dove's wing stretched across the heavens. through this gentle veil, the light of Oz's sun still managed to filter down, creating a dreamy, underwater sort of illumination that made everything look as though it had been painted with watercolors. Soon, Dorothy realized she was not alone on the road. Through the silver curtain of rain, she could make out a familiar figure walking toward her with that characteristic rolling gait. The Tin Woodman appeared through the mist, his newly polished surface catching the rain and sending it streaming down in rivulets that looked like liquid mercury. "Why, hello, Dorothy," he called, his voice carrying a note of pure joy even through the gentle shower. "Isn't this rain wonderful? I was so worried at first, you know how I am about rusting, but the wizard gave me a special coating before he left. Now I can enjoy the rain just like everyone else." Dorothy smiled, watching how the raindrops beaded and rolled off his silver surface like quicksilver. "It is beautiful," she agreed. "Where are you walking to?" "I was on my way to the Emerald City to visit some friends," the Tin Woodman replied. "But now I think I'd rather just walk in this lovely rain for a while. Would you like to join me? We could take the long way around, through the peaceful meadows." Dorothy had heard of the peaceful meadows but had never visited them. The idea of a gentle walk through rain-blessed fields sounded perfect after her long day of visiting friends in the cottage. "I'd love to," she said. They turned off the main yellow brick road onto a narrower path paved with stones that seemed to be made of some kind of translucent green crystal. These caught the rain and seemed to store the soft light, glowing gently from within like captured fireflies. As they walked, Toto playing happily in the shallow puddles that formed in the crystal hollows, more familiar friends appeared through the gentle rain. The Scarecrow emerged from beneath a grove of umbrella trees, his straw stuffing somehow staying perfectly dry despite the downpour. "Isn't it curious?" he mused as he joined their little procession. "I was just thinking about rain, how it makes the corn grow tall and green back in Kansas, and how it makes the flowers here in Oz bloom even more magnificently. There's something about the way it sounds on the leaves that makes thinking feel so peaceful." Soon after, they encountered the Cowardly Lion, who was sitting contentedly beneath a large, broad-leafed plant that formed a natural shelter. His magnificent mane was damp with mist, making him look rather like a great golden cloud himself. "I love the rain," he confessed as they approached. "It makes me feel so brave and calm at the same time. There's nothing to fear from such gentle water. It only brings life and freshness to everything it touches." And so the four friends, plus little Toto, continued their leisurely walk toward the peaceful meadows. The rain continued to fall in its unhurried way, sometimes growing so light it was barely more than mist, other times strengthening to a soft, steady patter that created a soothing white noise around them. The peaceful meadows, when they reached them, were exactly as Dorothy had imagined they would be. Rolling hills covered in grass so green it seemed to glow from within, dotted with wild flowers in every color imaginable. The rain had made the air sweet with the scent of growing things, and everything seemed to sparkle with an inner light. There were trees scattered throughout the meadows, not the twisted, scary trees Dorothy remembered from her first journey through Oz, but gentle giants with broad canopies and silvery bark that seemed to welcome the rain. Their leaves whispered soft songs as the water touched them, creating a natural symphony that blended perfectly with the rhythmic pattering of rain on grass. "Look," breathed the Scarecrow, pointing to a grove of trees near the center of the meadow. "There's a pavilion there." Indeed, among the trees stood a beautiful covered shelter, its roof designed in flowing curves that guided the rainwater into lovely cascading streams. It was built of some kind of silver-veined marble that seemed to glow softly in the rain-filtered light, and its open sides were draped with curtains that moved gently in the rain-sweetened breeze. The friends made their way to the pavilion, where they found comfortable seats arranged in a circle. The shelter was perfectly dry inside, but they could still hear the wonderful sound of rain drumming on the curved roof and trickling down the elegant water spouts that had been carved to look like sleeping dragons. Dorothy settled into one of the cushioned seats, Toto curling up contentedly in her lap. The Tin Woodman sat beside her, occasionally lifting his hand to catch drops of water that had gathered at the edge of the roof, watching them roll off his fingers like liquid diamonds. The Scarecrow leaned back in his chair, his painted smile seeming even more peaceful than usual as he listened to the rain's gentle percussion. The Lion stretched out on the soft carpet, his great paws crossed before him, purring softly, a sound that blended beautifully with the rain's rhythm. "You know," said Dorothy softly, "I never thought I could love rain so much. Back in Kansas, it usually meant we had to rush to get the washing in, or worry about the crops getting too much water or not enough. But this is Oz rain," said the Scarecrow thoughtfully. "Everything is more magical here, even the weather." As if to prove his point, Dorothy noticed that the flowers in the meadow were responding to the rain in the most delightful way. Instead of drooping under the weight of the water, they seemed to be growing more vibrant, their petals literally glowing with soft bioluminescent light. The effect was like watching a field of gentle stars blooming across the grass. "Oh, look at that," whispered the Tin Woodman, his voice full of wonder. Through the rain, they could see other magical effects beginning to manifest. The raindrops themselves seemed to be changing as they fell, some taking on prismatic colors that cast tiny rainbows wherever they landed. Others seemed to contain tiny sparkles, as though they were carrying stardust down from the pearl-gray sky. A group of small deer-like creatures emerged from the grove of trees, their coats shimmering with colors that shifted like oil on water. They moved through the rain without hurrying, pausing to drink from the growing puddles and nuzzle the glowing flowers. Their presence made the scene feel even more dreamlike and peaceful. "They're reindeer," said the Lion, using his newfound courage to share knowledge. "I've heard of them but never seen them before. They only come out during the gentlest rains, when the magic in the water is strongest." Dorothy watched the beautiful creatures with growing drowsiness. The combination of the warm, dry pavilion, the rhythmic sound of rain, and the soft, magical light from the flowers was making her feel wonderfully sleepy. She could see that her friends were feeling the same peaceful lethargy. The scarecrow's painted eyes had grown heavy-lidded, and he was swaying gently in his seat like a plant in a breeze. The Tin Woodman was sitting very still, his metal form relaxed in a way that spoke of deep contentment. The Lion was already dozing, his breathing deep and regular, his mane rising and falling like golden waves. "This feels like a dream," Dorothy murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "Perhaps it is," replied the Scarecrow drowsily, "or perhaps dreams and reality are closer together here in Oz when the rain falls so gently." As the afternoon melted into evening, the rain continued its patient work. The air grew even sweeter, filled with the scent of rain-washed flowers and the clean, fresh smell of wet earth. The light began to change too, taking on a golden quality as the sun, though hidden behind clouds, started its journey toward the western horizon. Dorothy found herself thinking about all the adventures she had had in Oz, the dangerous ones full of witches and flying monkeys. Yes, but also quiet moments like this one. She realized that it wasn't just the dramatic rescues and magical encounters that made this place special. It was also these gentle interludes, when the land itself seemed to be dreaming. "I think," she said softly, "that this might be my favorite kind of magic." "What kind is that?" asked the Tin Woodman, his voice as soft and measured as the falling rain. "The quiet kind," Dorothy replied. "The kind that doesn't demand anything from you, but just invites you to rest and be peaceful." As if the rain had heard her words and approved, it began to fall even more gently, the drops becoming smaller and more numerous, creating a sound like the softest applause. The magical lights in the flowers pulsed more slowly, like the breathing of sleeping flowers. Little Toto had been asleep in Dorothy's lap for some time now, his small body warm and trusting against her. She stroked his damp fur gently, marveling at how the rain had made even his familiar presence feel more magical. The reindeer had settled down in the meadow, folding their legs beneath them and lowering their graceful heads. Their coats continued to shimmer in the rain, but more softly now, like the last embers of a dying fire, beautiful but not bright enough to disturb the growing peace of evening. "I could stay here forever," murmured the Lion, not opening his eyes. "Perhaps we will," said the Scarecrow. "Time moves differently in the rain. Haven't you noticed? It feels like we've been here for hours, but also like we just arrived." Dorothy had noticed. The afternoon had stretched out like taffy, each moment full and sweet and perfect. She felt like she could hold each second in her hands, examine its beauty, and then let it drift away like one of the magic raindrops. As the light continued to dim, she noticed that the rain was beginning to sparkle more brightly. Each drop now carried its own tiny light, so that the falling water looked like a shower of liquid stars. The effect was hypnotically beautiful, and Dorothy found her eyelids growing heavy as she watched the celestial precipitation. "Look up," whispered the Tin Woodman. Dorothy raised her eyes to the curved ceiling of the pavilion, where the rain was creating the most wonderful display. The droplets hitting the silver-veined marble were spreading out in patterns that looked like constellations, glowing softly before fading away only to be replaced by new stellar arrangements. "It's like sleeping under the stars," she breathed. "Better," said the Scarecrow. "It's like sleeping under falling stars that never burn out." The sound of the rain had become a perfect lullaby now, its rhythm matching the slow, peaceful beating of Dorothy's heart. She could feel sleep approaching like a dear friend, bringing with it dreams of magic and wonder. The reindeer had begun to hum, a sound so low and sweet it was almost below the threshold of hearing. It harmonized perfectly with the rain's gentle percussion and the soft whisper of water cascading from the pavilion's elegant spouts. Dorothy's eyes drifted closed, then opened, then closed again. In those moments between waking and sleeping, she thought she saw even more wonderful things in the rain-blessed meadow. Flowers that painted themselves with water light, trees that swayed in dances choreographed by the wind and rain, butterflies made of living raindrops that fluttered through the air on wings of crystallized mist. "Sweet dreams, Dorothy," she heard the Tin Woodman say, his voice like distant silver bells. "Sweet dreams to all of us," she replied, though she wasn't sure if she spoke the words aloud or only thought them. The rain continued to fall as Dorothy finally surrendered to sleep, cradling Toto in her arms, while her three dearest friends dozed peacefully around her. In her dreams, she was still in the pavilion, but now it was floating gently through clouds made of the softest rain, carried on currents of warm, magical air. And in those dreams the rain sang to her not with words, but with feelings of safety, peace, and infinite tenderness. It told her stories of all the growing things it had nurtured, all the flowers it had helped to bloom, all the sleepy travelers it had sung to rest on nights just like this one. When Dorothy finally woke, hours later, the rain had stopped, but the world still sparkled with its gift. The flowers still glowed softly in the pre-dawn light, and the air still held that sweet, washed, clean scent that only comes after the most gentle of rains. Her friends were stirring too, stretching and yawning and smiling at each other with the special contentment that comes after the deepest, most peaceful sleep. The reindeer were gone, but they had left behind small patches of grass that sparkled like diamonds, marking the spots where they had rested. "That," said the lion, stretching his magnificent limbs, "was the most wonderful storm I've ever experienced." "It wasn't really a storm at all," said Dorothy, standing and smoothing her blue gingham dress. "It was more like the sky was giving the world a gentle hug." But Dorothy was not quite ready to leave this magical place. Something about the rain-washed morning felt too precious to abandon just yet. "Could we stay just a little longer?" she asked her friends. "I feel like the meadow is still sharing its secrets with us." The others were more than happy to linger. The Scarecrow settled back into his cushioned seat, watching droplets of water still clinging to the pavilion's elegant spouts catch the early light like suspended jewels. "I've been thinking," he said slowly, "about how different this rain feels from any other weather I've experienced. It's as if each drop contains a tiny piece of contentment." The Tin Woodman nodded, running his finger along a groove in his arm where rainwater had collected. "When I first got my heart," he said softly, "I worried it might rust like the rest of me. But now I understand that some things are worth the risk. This rain, it makes my heart feel fuller somehow, even though I know it's the same size as always." As if responding to their decision to stay, the world around them began to reveal more of its rain-blessed wonders. Dorothy noticed movement in the crystal-paved path they had walked along. Tiny streams of the magical rainwater were still flowing along the translucent stones, carrying with them miniature boats made of folded leaves. The boats sailed past like a fairy regatta, each one bearing a single dewdrop that sparkled like a crown jewel. "Oh, look at those," Dorothy whispered, pointing to the tiny flotilla. Toto perked up with interest, his dark eyes following the boat's stately progress. The lion stretched and padded over to the edge of the pavilion to watch the boats more closely. "They're carrying messages," he observed with wonder. "Look, there are tiny scrolls tied to each one." Indeed, each leaf boat bore a minuscule scroll no bigger than a grain of rice. As they watched, some of the boats reached tiny harbors formed by indentations in the crystal path, where they were met by creatures so small, Dorothy had to squint to see them beings that looked like they might be made of morning mist and flower petals. "The rain brings messages between the different parts of the meadow," explained a new voice, gentle and melodious. The friends turned to see a woman approaching through the pearl-bright air. She was tall and graceful, with hair that seemed to be spun from silver mist and a dress that appeared to be woven from captured raindrops. Her eyes were the soft grey blue of rain clouds, and when she moved, tiny flowers bloomed in her footsteps. "I am the rain guardian of these meadows," she said, her voice carrying the same soothing quality as falling water. "I've been watching over your rest, making sure the rain sang you the sweetest songs." Dorothy stood and curtsied politely. "Thank you," she said. "It was the most beautiful sleep I've ever had. I dreamed I was floating on clouds made of gentle rain." The rain guardian smiled, and when she did, a soft shower of silver droplets fell from the pavilion's roof, each one chiming like a tiny bell as it touched the marble floor. "Those weren't just dreams," she said. "In the deepest sleep that comes during the gentlest rains, the spirit really does travel on clouds. You visited the upper meadows, where the rain is born from the dreams of flowers." The scarecrow leaned forward with interest. "Upper meadows? Are there more places like this?" "Oh, many more," the rain guardian replied, settling herself gracefully on a cushion that seemed to form itself from condensed mist. "There are the whispering valleys, where the rain falls upward and carries wishes to the stars. There are the singing streams, where every raindrop that has ever fallen gathers to tell stories of all the places they've been. And there are the dream gardens, where plants grow that can only be watered by tears of joy." As she spoke, the air around them began to shimmer, and Dorothy could see glimpses of these magical places, fleeting visions that appeared in the spaces between raindrops, like scenes viewed through windows made of water. Could we visit these places? asked the Tin Woodman hopefully. "Perhaps someday," the Rain Guardian said with a mysterious smile, "but for now, there is still magic here to experience. The morning rain brings different gifts than the afternoon rain you've already enjoyed. As if summoned by her words, the softest possible rain began to fall again, so light it was more like breathing mist than actual droplets. This rain fell not from the grey pearl clouds above, but seemed to rise from the earth itself, carrying with it the dreams and contentment of all the sleeping flowers. The effect on the meadow was immediate and breathtaking. Every blade of grass began to glow with a soft inner light, not bright enough to be startling, but just luminous enough to make the entire landscape look like it was lit from within. The trees throughout the meadow began to hum not with their leaves, but with their very wood, creating a harmony so low and peaceful it seemed to resonate in Dorothy's bones. "This is the gratitude rain," the Rain Guardian explained. "It rises from the earth to thank the sky for all the gifts it has received. It only happens on the most peaceful mornings, when the world is perfectly content." Dorothy watched in wonder as the gratitude rain continued to rise around them. Unlike regular rain, these droplets moved slowly upward, spiraling lazily through the air like liquid snow falling in reverse. When they touched her skin, they felt warm and left behind the faintest sensation of being blessed. The reindeer had returned, materializing from the misty air like living poems. But now Dorothy could see that they were accompanied by other creatures, rabbits with fur that sparkled like captured starlight, birds whose songs were so soft they blended perfectly with the rain's whisper, and butterflies that seemed to be made entirely of crystallized air and gentle light. Toto, who had been sleeping peacefully in Dorothy's lap, woke up and immediately began wagging his tail with delight. The gratitude rain seemed to fill him with pure joy, and he started dancing in place, turning in circles and yapping softly, not with excitement, but with contentment. "Even Toto feels it," Dorothy laughed softly, scratching behind her little dog's ears. "It's like the rain is made of happiness itself." "In a way it is," the Rain Guardian said. "Every drop carries the contentment of the flowers and trees it has nurtured, the satisfaction of thirsty earth finally receiving what it needs, the peace of storms that have gentled into blessings. When you let this rain touch you, you're feeling the gratitude of the entire meadow." The lion rolled onto his back, letting the upward falling droplets tickle his golden belly. "I never knew gratitude could feel so warm," he purred. "It's like being hugged by every good thing that's ever happened." As the friends relaxed into this new phase of their rain experience, Dorothy began to notice other subtle magics occurring around them. The honey cakes in her basket, which she had almost forgotten about, had somehow been enhanced by the rain's influence. When she unwrapped them, they glowed softly and smelled not just of honey, but of wildflower meadows and summer sunshine. "Please, share them with everyone," the Rain Guardian suggested. "Food tastes different when eaten in the gratitude rain. It carries the flavors of every good meal ever shared in friendship." Dorothy shared the cakes, and each bite seemed to contain the warmth of every cozy kitchen and every simple joy. Even the scarecrow, who couldn't taste, sensed its essence, and the Tin Woodman felt a new resonance in his mechanical heart. As they ate, the Rain Guardian told gentle tales of the quiet miracles the rain had witnessed. Seeds beginning their journey, flowers learning to sing lullabies, and a lonely tree befriending its reflection. Each story, told in the soft rhythm of falling rain, made Dorothy feel drowsy again, a peaceful languor that came from being perfectly content. The gratitude rain continued to fall upward, creating shifting curtains of liquid light that filtered the morning Sunday. Through these shimmering veils, Dorothy saw creatures she had never seen before, deer with antlers of crystallized rain, foxes with fur of every autumn shade, and owls with the deep wisdom of peaceful nights. All moved slowly and contentedly, adding to the meadow's profound tranquility. "This feels like the safest place in all of Oz," Dorothy murmured, watching a family of jewel-colored rabbits hop past, their fur leaving tiny trails of sparkles in the misty air. "It is," the Rain Guardian confirmed. "When the gratitude rain falls, nothing harsh or frightening can exist here. Even the Wicked Witch of the West, if she were still alive, would find her anger melting away like salt in sweet water." The mention of the witch didn't frighten Dorothy as it once might have. Here, surrounded by such perfect peace, even scary memories felt distant and harmless, like half-remembered dreams that had lost their power to disturb. Time continued to move in its dreamy, rain-blessed way. The friends talked softly when the mood struck them, and rested in comfortable silence when it didn't. The Rain Guardian wove flowers into Dorothy's hair, flowers that continued to bloom and change color even after being picked, cycling through soft pastels like a sunset viewed through gauze. The Scarecrow discovered that the gratitude rain had an unexpected effect on his straw. It began to sprout tiny green shoots that didn't make him uncomfortable, but instead seemed to connect him more deeply to the living world around him. "I can feel what the grass is feeling," he said with wonder. "It's so grateful for everything: the sun, the rain, the earth, even the wind that bends it." The Tin Woodman found that droplets of gratitude rain, when they touched his metal surface, created the most beautiful patterns, not rust, but delicate traceries that looked like frost patterns on a winter window, except warm and glowing instead of cold. "I'm becoming art," he said with amazement, watching the patterns shift and change across his chest. As the morning progressed into what should have been midday, though the light remained soft and constant, Dorothy realized she had never felt so completely at peace. Every breath filled her lungs with air that seemed to carry the essence of every beautiful morning that had ever dawned. Every heartbeat felt perfectly synchronized with the gentle rhythm of the gratitude rain. "I understand now," she said softly, "why this is called gratitude rain. I feel grateful for everything, for all of you, for this place, for the rain itself, even for all the adventures that brought me here. That's the gift of this place," the Rain Guardian said, her misty hair flowing in a breeze that carried the scent of 1,000 blooming flowers. "It reminds you that even in a world full of magic and wonder, the greatest magic is simply being able to appreciate what you have." Little Toto had discovered that when he barked softly at the upward falling rain, his voice somehow harmonized with the droplets, creating tiny musical notes that floated through the air like visible sound. He was entertaining himself by creating gentle melodies, his tail wagging in time with his impromptu compositions. The other animals in the meadow had begun to join in, each adding their own soft sounds to a growing symphony. The reindeer hummed their low, sweet notes. The jewel rabbits contributed tiny chiming sounds. Even the flowers seemed to join in, their petals rustling in rhythms that complemented the overall harmony. "It's like the whole meadow is singing," Dorothy breathed. "It is," said the Rain Guardian. "This is what happens when gratitude fills every living thing in the same place at the same time. They can't help but make music together." Dorothy closed her eyes and let the music wash over her. It was better than any lullaby, more soothing than any song she had ever heard. Combined with the warm touch of the gratitude rain and the soft glow of the luminescent grass, it created a sensory experience that seemed designed specifically to induce the most peaceful state possible. When she opened her eyes again, she found that the Rain Guardian had brought them gifts, flower crowns for each of her friends, woven from blooms that seemed to capture and hold tiny portions of the gratitude rain within their petals. The scarecrow's crown sprouted tiny ears of rainbow-colored corn. The Tin Woodman's was made of flowers that chimed softly when he moved. The lion's crown was woven with golden blooms that seemed to purr contentedly. "These will help you carry the memory of this morning with you," the Rain Guardian explained. "Whenever you wear them, you'll be able to recall the feeling of the gratitude rain, no matter where you are." As the afternoon approached, though time felt so fluid here that it might have been any hour at all, the gratitude rain began to slow and finally stopped. But rather than ending abruptly, it faded away gradually, each droplet taking longer and longer to complete its journey skyward, until finally the last few drops hung suspended in the air like tiny stars before dissolving into sparkles of pure contentment. The meadow settled into a new kind of peace, not the dreamy languor of the rain, but the satisfied quiet that comes after a perfect experience has run its natural course. The flowers still glowed softly, but now their light seemed to come from memory rather than active magic. The trees continued their gentle humming, but softer now, like a song being hummed absent-mindedly by someone lost in pleasant thoughts. "That was the most beautiful thing I've ever experienced," Dorothy said, and realized she had said something similar about the afternoon rain, and would probably say it again about whatever magical weather they encountered next. "Each rain is different," the Rain Guardian explained, as if reading her thoughts. "Each one is perfect in its own way. The afternoon rain you experienced yesterday was perfect for rest and dreams. This morning's gratitude rain was perfect for appreciation and joy. Tomorrow's rain will be perfect for whatever tomorrow needs." As they prepared to continue their journey, for even in this timeless place, there was eventually a gentle pull toward movement and new experiences. Dorothy looked around the pavilion one more time. The Rain Guardian was beginning to fade, becoming more and more translucent, until she was barely more than a shimmer in the air. "Will we see you again?" Dorothy asked. "Whenever you truly need the peace that only rain can bring." the rain guardian's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. I'll be there in every gentle drop that falls. As they gathered their things and prepared to leave the pavilion, Dorothy was amazed to discover that she felt completely rested and renewed, despite having spent the entire time in a state of dreamy contentment rather than true sleep. The honey cakes, she noticed, had somehow multiplied in her basket, as if the gratitude rain had blessed them with abundance. The walk back to the main yellow brick road felt like floating. Each step on the crystal-paved path sent up tiny chimes, as if the stones were singing their own gratitude for having been walked upon during such a blessed morning. The path seemed to stretch and contract to match their pace, ensuring that their return journey felt neither rushed nor drawn out, but perfectly timed. When they reached the familiar yellow bricks, Dorothy turned for one last look at the peaceful meadows. In the afternoon light, for it was somehow afternoon now, though it felt like they had just experienced the most leisurely morning of their lives, the meadow looked different, but no less beautiful. The magical glow had faded to a warm, golden contentment, and the flowers swayed in ordinary breezes that nonetheless carried extraordinary peace. "I'll never forget this place," Dorothy said softly, adjusting the flower crown the rain guardian had given her. As she did, a single drop of what might have been morning dew or might have been the very last drop of gratitude, rain fell from one of the petals and landed on her hand, carrying with it a sensation of perfect, eternal peace. As they continued down the yellow brick road, their steps making that familiar clicking rhythm against the sun-warmed stones, Dorothy carried with her not just the memory of their rain-blessed rest, but a deep understanding that she had experienced something truly magical, the kind of magic that doesn't demand anything from you, but simply gives you the gift of perfect contentment, the blessing of complete peace, and the gentle reminder that sometimes the most wonderful adventures are the ones where nothing happens except joy. In the soft embrace of twilight, where the last golden threads of sunlight wove themselves through the pine branches, May found herself walking along a path she had never seen before. The cobblestones beneath her feet were smooth with age, worn to gentle curves by countless seasons of rain and the footsteps of those who had passed this way in search of something they could not quite name. She had been walking for hours, though time seemed to move differently here among the ancient trees. The day's worries, the urgent emails, the traffic, the endless chatter of the city had fallen away like autumn leaves, each step taking her further from the noise and deeper into a silence that felt alive with possibility. The path curved upward, following the natural contours of the mountain, and with each turn, May felt her breathing slow and deepen. The air here was different, tinged with the fragrance of wild jasmine and the distant scent of wood smoke. Somewhere ahead, she could hear the gentle murmur of water moving over stones, a sound that seemed to wash through her mind like a cool stream, clearing away the last vestiges of her hurried thoughts. As the path crested a small rise, May paused, her breath catching softly in wonder. Before her lay a hidden valley, cupped between rolling hills like a secret held in gentle hands. In the center stood a traditional tea house, its weathered wooden walls glowing amber in the fading light. Paper lanterns hung from the eaves, their soft illumination creating pools of warmth in the gathering dusk. Around the building, gardens flowed in organic curves, filled with plants she couldn't identify but which seemed to hum with quiet contentment. But what drew her eye most of all were the lanterns, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, scattered throughout the gardens and hung from the branches of ancient trees. Each one unique, each one glowing with its own gentle light, some warm gold, others cool blue, a few the soft green of new leaves or the gentle pink of cherry blossoms. They swayed slightly in the evening breeze, creating patterns of light and shadow that danced across the garden paths like living calligraphy. May found herself drawn forward, her feet following the stone path that wound down into the valley. As she walked, she noticed details that filled her with a quiet joy she had almost forgotten existed. The way moss grew in perfect spirals around the bases of stone lanterns, the sound her footsteps made, not the harsh click of city pavements, but a soft whisper against stone. The way fireflies were beginning to emerge from the gardens, their tiny lights blinking in gentle conversation with the paper lanterns above. The path led her to a wooden gate, painted red and weathered to a soft patina. It stood slightly ajar, as if awaiting her arrival. As she pushed it open, the hinges sang a low musical note that seemed to announce her presence without urgency or alarm. Beyond the gate, the path split into several smaller walkways that meandered through the gardens, each one inviting exploration. She chose the path that seemed to call to her most softly, one that led toward a grove of bamboo where the lanterns hung like captured stars among the green stalks. As she walked, she became aware of another presence in the garden, not alarming, but comforting, like the sense of a kind friend nearby. From behind a screen of flowering vines emerged an elderly man, moving with the unhurried grace of someone who had learned to live in harmony with time rather than in opposition to it. His hair was silver white, gathered loosely at the nape of his neck, and his clothes were simple, a robe of undyed linen that seemed to capture and hold the lantern light. But it was his eyes that drew May's attention, deep and warm, with the gentle sparkle of someone who had found reasons to smile in places others might overlook. "Welcome, traveler," he said, his voice carrying the same musical quality as the garden gate. "I am Kenji, keeper of these lights. You have walked far today." May paused, suddenly aware that she didn't know how she had come to be here, or even where here was. I'm not sure how I found this place," she admitted. "I was walking, and the path just seemed to lead me here." Kenji nodded, as if this explanation were perfectly reasonable. "The paths that matter most are often the ones we discover by not looking for them," he said. "Would you care for some tea? The evening is young, and the lanterns always burn more brightly when they have someone new to shine for." Without waiting for an answer, he began walking toward the tea house, his movements creating barely a whisper against the garden paths. May followed, drawn by something in his manner that spoke of deep peace and patient wisdom. The interior of the tea house was even more magical than its exterior had promised. Low wooden tables sat, surrounded by cushions worn soft with age, and shelves lined the walls, filled with teapots of every shape and size imaginable. But here too, lanterns provided the primary illumination, not the harsh brightness of electric bulbs, but the warm, living light of carefully tended flames. Kenji gestured to a table near a window that looked out over the gardens, where they could watch the interplay of lantern light and starlight beginning to emerge in the darkening sky. He moved to a small alcove where water bubbled quietly in an iron kettle, and May realized the sound she had been hearing throughout the garden was not a stream, but this gentle conversation between water and flame. "I grow the tea myself," Kenji said as he selected leaves from one of many ceramic containers. "Each plant has its own personality, its own way of expressing the essence of this place. Tonight, I think we need something gentle, leaves that were dried under the light of the full moon, infused with the patience of long summer evenings." As he prepared the tea, May found herself relaxing more deeply than she had in months. There was something about the ritual of it, the careful measuring of leaves, the precise temperature of the water, the way Kenji moved with complete attention to each small action that seemed to slow time itself. "What are all the lanterns for?" she asked, watching through the window as the lights swayed gently in the evening breeze. Kenji smiled, an expression that seemed to light up his entire face. "Ah, now there's a question with as many answers as there are lanterns," he said, settling across from her with the tea service. "Each one represents something different. Some are for wishes, some for memories, some for dreams not yet dreamed." He poured the tea with graceful movements, the liquid falling in a golden arc from pot to cup. The aroma that rose from May's cup was unlike anything she had ever experienced, floral and earthy at once, with hints of rain on stone and the green smell of new growth. "When I first came here," Kenji continued, "there was only one lantern. The one that hangs outside the door, you may have noticed it. Simple white paper with a flame that never gutters. My teacher, old Master Lin, told me that this single lantern was enough to illuminate the entire world, if one knew how to look at it properly." May sipped her tea, feeling warmth spread through her chest. "How long have you been here?" "Time moves differently in this place," Kenji replied. "I came here as a young man, full of questions and urgency. Master Lin was already ancient then, with hands like gnarled roots and eyes that seemed to hold all the seasons at once. He taught me that the most important light is not the one that blazes brightest, but the one that burns most steadily." Through the window, May watched a cat pick its way delicately through the garden, pausing to sniff at the base of various lanterns. It was a calico, with patches of orange and black and white that seemed to shift and flow in the lantern light like a living sunset. "That's Moonbeam," Kenji said, noticing her gaze. "She appeared here 3 winters ago, half-starved and suspicious of kindness. Now she helps me tend the garden. Cats, I've discovered, have an innate understanding of which lanterns need the most attention." As if summoned by their conversation, Moonbeam appeared at the window, pressing her face against the glass with a soft mew. Kenji rose and opened the window. and the cat flowed inside like liquid starlight, immediately making her way to May and beginning to purr a sound like gentle thunder, warming and comforting. "She likes you," Kenji observed. "Moonbeam is an excellent judge of character. She only purrs for people who carry stillness in their hearts." May found herself stroking the cat's soft fur, surprised by how natural it felt. "I don't think I carry much stillness," she admitted. "My life is complicated, always rushing from one thing to the next, always worried about what hasn't been done yet." Kenji refilled her cup, the tea somehow even more fragrant than the first pouring. "Would you like to help me with the evening rounds?" he asked. "Each night I walk through the gardens to tend the lanterns, adjusting wicks, replacing those that have burned out, adding new ones where they're needed. It's simple work, but I find it helps settle the mind." The invitation felt like a gift, and May found herself nodding before she had consciously decided to accept. Together, they finished their tea in comfortable silence, the only sounds the gentle bubbling of the kettle and Moonbeam's contented purring. When they rose to leave, Kenji gathered a small wicker basket filled with supplies, extra candles, a small container of oil, tiny scissors for trimming wicks, and a collection of paper lanterns in various colors, folded flat and ready to be assembled. He handed May a smaller basket containing replacement candles, their wax pale and smooth in the lantern light. "Master Lin used to say that we don't really tend the lanterns," Kenji explained as they stepped out into the garden. "Rather, we tend ourselves, and the lanterns simply reflect the quality of our attention." The evening air was cool against May's skin, carrying the scents of night-blooming flowers and the distant fragrance of pine. Above them, the first stars were appearing, their light mingling with the warm glow of the lanterns to create a canopy of gentle illumination. They began their rounds at the eastern edge of the garden, where lanterns hung from the branches of an ancient cherry tree. Even though it was not the season for blossoms, May could almost see ghost flowers among the leaves, as if the tree remembered every spring it had ever celebrated. Kenji approached each lantern with the same careful attention he had given to preparing the tea. He would pause before it, studying the flame, checking the paper for wear, adjusting the position if the evening breeze had shifted it. When he found one with a flickering wick, he would cup his hands around it protectively while making the necessary adjustments, as if shielding a living thing from harm. "This one was lit by a young woman who came here 5 years ago," he said, indicating a lantern painted with delicate birds in flight. She had just lost her grandmother and was struggling to understand how love could continue after loss. She painted these birds to represent all the words she wished she had said, all the conversations she thought were lost forever. May watched as Kenji carefully trimmed the wick and adjusted the candle. The flame steadied, casting the painted birds into gentle relief against the paper. "What happened to her?" "She visits sometimes," Kenji replied, "always in spring, when the cherry blossoms bloom. She sits by this tree and talks to her grandmother, and I think the old woman hears every word. Love, I've learned, is not diminished by distance or time. It simply changes form, like water becoming mist. They moved deeper into the garden, following paths that seemed to emerge from the landscape itself rather than being imposed upon it. Each lantern they encountered had its own story, its own purpose. Some were simple lights to guide travelers safely home. Others were complex works of art, covered in intricate paintings or calligraphy that spoke of deep meditation and patient craftsmanship. In a grove of bamboo, they found a lantern that had gone out, its candle burned down to a small puddle of wax. Kenji removed the old candle with gentle movements and selected a new one from May's basket. As he lit it from a nearby flame, the bamboo around them seemed to sigh in contentment, the sound of wind through the green stalks creating a natural music. Each flame is connected to every other flame, Kenji explained as they watched the new light take hold. When we light one, we kindle something in all the others. When one goes out, we feel its absence as a momentary dimming, but then the others shine a little brighter to compensate. Moonbeam had followed them on their rounds, sometimes leading the way, sometimes lagging behind to investigate interesting scents or to simply sit and observe their work. Now she appeared beside a cluster of lanterns near a small pond, where lily pads floated like green medallions on the dark water. She was staring intently at one particular lantern, a simple blue one that hung low over the water's edge. "What is it, Moonbeam?" Kenji asked, approaching the lantern she had indicated. As he drew closer, May could see that the candle inside was burning unevenly, the flame leaning to one side as if pushed by an invisible wind. "Ah," Kenji said softly, "this one is carrying too heavy a burden." He carefully opened the lantern and extracted not just the candle, but a small piece of paper that had been folded and placed beside the flame. "Sometimes people leave their worries with the lanterns," he explained. "The paper absorbs their concerns, but if the worry is too heavy, it can affect the flame." He unfolded the paper carefully, reading the words written there. His expression grew gentle with compassion. A father, worried about his daughter who has moved far away to start her new life. He wants to protect her but knows he must let her find her own way. Kenji replaced the candle with a fresh one and refolded the paper, but this time he placed it beneath the lantern's base rather than beside the flame. "Heavy worries need to be grounded," he explained, "close enough to the light to be seen and acknowledged, but not so close that they disturb the flame's natural movement." As they continued their rounds, May found herself falling into the rhythm of the work. Each lantern required its own particular attention, its own small ceremony of care. Some needed new candles, others simply needed their glass cleaned or their position adjusted. A few required more complex attention, rewiring or new paper, or careful repairs to their frames. "How do you know what each one needs?" May asked as she watched Kenji coax a stubborn flame back to steady burning. "The same way you know when a friend is troubled," he replied. "You pay attention, you listen with more than your ears, you see with more than your eyes. Each flame has its own voice, its own way of asking for help." In a far corner of the garden, they came upon a section that seemed different from the rest. Here, the lanterns were larger, more elaborate, and they hung in precise patterns that created geometric shapes of light against the darkness. At the center of this arrangement was a lantern unlike any of the others, tall and narrow, made of what looked like crystalline glass that caught and refracted the surrounding light into rainbow patterns. "This is where I come when I need to remember," Kenji said, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "Master Lin taught me that there are some lessons too important to be kept in just one mind, too precious to risk losing. So we embed them in light, in pattern, in the careful arrangement of illumination." May found herself drawn to the crystal lantern at the center. As she looked into it, the light seemed to shift and move, creating patterns that reminded her of flowing water, of wind through wheat fields, of the way sunlight filters through leaves. "What lesson is kept here?" Kenji was quiet for a long moment, standing beside her in the circle of rainbow light. "That there is no separation between the tender and the tended," he said finally, "that every act of caring changes both the giver and the receiver, that light shared is not diminished but multiplied." They completed their circuit of the garden as the night deepened around them, the lanterns now burning with renewed steadiness. The work had taken several hours, but May felt as if no time had passed at all, as if she had been existing in a space outside of time's usual constraints. As they made their way back toward the tea house, moonbeam weaving between their feet like a living ribbon, Kenji paused beside a small workshop tucked between two flowering bushes. "Would you like to make a lantern?" he asked. "There's something peaceful about creating light with your own hands." The workshop was small but perfectly organized, with tools and materials arranged on wooden shelves worn smooth by decades of use. Rolls of rice paper in every color imaginable, bamboo strips for framing, brushes and inks, scissors and glue made from rice paste, candles of various sizes, and spools of fine wire for hanging. Kenji showed May how to select and cut the bamboo strips, how to fit them together into a simple frame. His hands moved with practiced ease, but he encouraged her to work at her own pace, to let the lantern find its own shape rather than forcing it into a predetermined form. Master Lin used to say that the best lanterns are the ones that surprise their makers, he explained as May carefully fitted the strips together. "We begin with an intention, but we must remain open to what wants to emerge." As May worked, she found her mind growing quiet in a way it rarely did. The simple repetition of measuring, cutting, fitting, adjusting seemed to wash away the accumulated tensions of weeks and months. Her breathing slowed, her movements became more deliberate, and she began to understand what Kenji meant about tending herself through the act of tending the lanterns. When the frame was complete, they selected paper together. May found herself drawn to a pale green sheet, the color of new leaves, with a subtle texture that seemed to hold light in its fibers. As they stretched the paper over the frame, securing it with rice paste applied with tiny brushes, she felt a deep satisfaction in the simple act of creation. "Now comes the most important part," Kenji said, offering her a selection of brushes and a palette of inks. "What would you like your lantern to carry into the world?" May considered this question as she held the brush, feeling its weight and balance. What message did she want to send out into the darkness? What light did she want to kindle? Without conscious decision, she began to paint. Simple shapes at first, circles and flowing lines that seemed to emerge from some deep well of memory. As she worked, the shapes began to resolve into something recognizable, a winding path disappearing into distant mountains, with a small figure walking along it, surrounded by points of light that might have been stars or lanterns or fireflies. "The journey that brought me here," she said softly, stepping back to look at her work. The painting was simple but somehow complete, carrying within its few brushstrokes a sense of movement and wonder and the promise of discoveries yet to come. Kenji nodded approvingly. "Every journey begins with a single step into the unknown," he said, "and every step is illuminated by the lights that others have kindled before us." They assembled the lantern carefully, fitting a small candle into its base and adjusting the wire for hanging. When Kenji lit the candle, May's painting came alive, the painted path seeming to glow and beckon in the warm light. "Where shall we hang it?" Kenji asked. May looked around the workshop, then toward the garden beyond. "Somewhere it can guide other travelers," she said. "Somewhere they'll know they're on the right path." Together, they carried the lantern to the entrance of the garden, where the red gate stood open to the mountain path beyond. Kenji helped her hang it from a branch that arched over the gateway, positioning it so that its light would be visible to anyone approaching from the mountain path. As they stepped back to admire their work, May felt a deep sense of completion, as if something that had been seeking expression for a long time had finally found its voice. "It's beautiful," she said, and meant it. "All light is beautiful," Kenji replied. "The important thing is not the beauty, but the willingness to shine." They walked back through the garden together, past all the lanterns they had tended, past the peaceful groves and flower-lined paths. The tea house glowed before them like a beacon, its own lanterns casting warm pools of light on the surrounding ground. Inside, Kenji prepared another pot of tea, this one from different leaves, something with the scent of night-blooming flowers and the deep, earthy smell of moss after rain. They sat by the window again, Moonbeam curling up in May's lap with a contented sigh. "I should probably think about heading back," May said, though the words felt strange in her mouth. Part of her couldn't remember exactly what she was supposed to return to, and another part had no desire to leave this place of lanterns and gentle wisdom. Kenji smiled. "The path will be here whenever you're ready to take it," he said. "But perhaps you'd like to stay for just a little while longer. There's something I'd like to show you before you go." May found herself nodding, curious despite the late hour. Kenji rose and beckoned her to follow him to a door she hadn't noticed before, hidden behind a screen painted with flying cranes. It opened onto a small balcony that overlooked the entire garden from above. From this vantage point, the full scope of Kenji's work was visible. The lanterns weren't randomly scattered as she had first thought, but formed intricate patterns, spirals and mandalas, and flowing rivers of light that turned the garden into a vast work of art. Some areas pulsed with warm golden light, others glowed cool blue or soft green. The overall effect was breathtaking, like looking down at a living constellation that had settled into the mountain valley. Each light represents a moment when someone chose hope over despair, Kenji said softly, a decision to kindle something beautiful rather than curse the darkness. Together they create something larger than the sum of their parts. May stood transfixed, understanding for the first time the true scope of what she had witnessed. This wasn't just a garden with pretty lanterns, it was a living testament to the power of accumulated small kindnesses, of patient tending, of the decision to create light in the world. How many people have contributed to this? She asked. I stopped counting years ago, Kenji replied, but I think that's not really the right question. The better question might be, how many moments of beauty and peace have been created by their decision to add their light to the whole? They stood in comfortable silence, watching the gentle dance of light and shadow below. Occasionally a lantern would flicker as a breeze touched it, creating ripples of illumination that spread outward like waves on a pond. I have a confession, May said after a while. I'm not entirely sure how I got here tonight, or even where here is exactly. I was walking on what I thought was a familiar path, and then you found yourself somewhere unexpected, Kenji finished. This happens more often than you might think. Sometimes we discover that we've been looking for something without knowing we were looking for it, and the world conspires to help us find it. But what was I looking for? Kenji considered this question, watching a group of fireflies dance among the lanterns below. Perhaps, he said gently, you were looking for a reminder that there's still beauty in the world, that there are still places where time moves slowly and kindness matters more than efficiency, that there are still people who dedicate their lives to tending small flames rather than building great bonfires. His words resonated through May like the note of a temple bell, clear and true, and somehow familiar. She realized that this was exactly what she had been searching for without knowing it, this sense of peace, this reminder that life could be lived differently, more slowly, with greater attention to the small, miraculous moments that usually passed unnoticed. Will I be able to find my way back? She asked. The path that brought you here will take you wherever you need to go, Kenji assured her. But remember, you carry a lantern now too. The light you've kindled tonight will go with you, and it will help guide others who are looking for their own way through the darkness. As if summoned by his words, May felt a gentle tiredness beginning to settle over her, not the exhausted collapse that usually marked the end of her days, but a peaceful readiness for rest. The kind of tiredness that comes after meaningful work, after time spent in good company, after the soul has been fed. I think, she said softly, I'm ready to head home now. Kenji nodded and led her back through the tea house. He prepared a small paper bag with tea leaves, the same blend we shared tonight, he explained, and tucked in a small wrapped package that felt like a candle. At the door, Moonbeam appeared as if to bid farewell, rubbing against May's legs with a purr that seemed to say, "Thank you for the evening." May scratched behind the cat's ears, feeling a rush of affection for this small creature who had accepted her so readily. "Remember," Kenji said as he walked with her to the garden gate, "every light matters. The lamp in your window, the candle on your table, the kindness you show to strangers, they're all part of the same illumination." At the gate, May turned to look back at the garden one more time. The lantern she had made glowed gently above the entrance, its painted path seeming to beckon to future travelers. The sight filled her with a quiet joy that felt like a flame kindled in her chest. "Thank you," she said, though the words felt inadequate for all that had been given to her this evening. "Thank you," Kenji replied, "for adding your light to ours." The mountain path stretched away from the garden, illuminated by starlight and the gentle glow spilling from the lanterns behind her. As May began to walk, she found that her steps felt lighter, more purposeful. The path seemed familiar now, as if it had been waiting for her to recognize it. Behind her, the garden settled into its nighttime rhythm. Kenji would complete his evening rounds, checking each light one final time before retiring to his small room above the tea house. Moonbeam would patrol the gardens, her keen senses alert for any lanterns that might need attention during the night hours, and the lights themselves would continue their gentle vigil, casting circles of warmth and welcome into the darkness, ready to guide any traveler who might find their way to this hidden valley. As May walked, she realized that something fundamental had shifted within her. The urgent anxiety that had driven her for so long had been replaced by something quieter but stronger, a sense of purpose rooted not in achievement but in presence, not in accumulation but in tending. The path curved downward now, leading her back toward the world she had temporarily left behind. But she carried with her the memory of lantern light dancing on water, of kind eyes crinkling with gentle humor, of the satisfaction of creating something beautiful with her own hands. She carried the scent of night-blooming flowers and the sound of bamboo whispering in the wind. Most importantly, she carried the knowledge that there were places in the world where time moved differently, where patient kindness was valued over quick success, where the simple act of tending a flame could be a form of prayer. The lights of the valley below began to come into view, house windows glowing, warm and welcoming, street lamps marking the familiar roads. But now these lights looked different to her, part of the same great constellation of human kindness that included Kenji's garden. Each window represented someone's choice to create a beacon against the darkness, someone's decision to make their small corner of the world a little brighter. As she reached the valley floor and found her way back to familiar streets, May realized that she remembered now where she had been going when she first found the mountain path. She had been walking to clear her mind after a particularly difficult day, hoping that movement would help sort through the tangle of worries and obligations that seemed to define her life. But what she had found instead was much more valuable, a reminder that there were other ways to live, other rhythms to follow, that life could be approached as a garden to be tended rather than a mountain to be conquered. Her apartment building came into view, its windows glowing like a modest collection of lanterns. As she climbed the stairs to her floor, May felt the small package Kenji had given her, solid and reassuring in her pocket. Inside her apartment, she unwrapped it to find a simple white candle, hand-dipped and smooth, along with a small note written in elegant calligraphy, "For lighting your own lanterns." She placed the candle in a small glass holder on her kitchen table and lit it, watching as the flame steadied and grew. In its light, her apartment looked different, not stark or empty as it sometimes seemed, but peaceful, ready to be filled with the gentle rhythms of a more mindful life. As she prepared for sleep, May found herself moving more slowly, more deliberately. She brewed a cup of the tea Kenji had given her, savoring its complex fragrance. She folded her clothes carefully instead of leaving them in a pile. She opened her window to let in the night air, with its hint of distant gardens and the promise of morning. When she finally slipped between her sheets, May felt a peace she hadn't experienced in years. Outside, the city hummed with its usual energy, but she no longer felt overwhelmed by its demands. Instead, she felt connected to something larger, to all the gentle lights burning in windows around the world, to all the quiet keepers tending their small flames, to the vast network of kindness that connected every illuminated moment. As sleep began to claim her, May made a silent promise to herself. Tomorrow, she would look for opportunities to kindle her own small lights. She would move more slowly, speak more kindly, pay attention to the details that usually escaped her notice. She would remember that every act of tenderness was a lantern lit against the darkness, every moment of patience a flame added to the great constellation of human care. And someday, when the time was right, she would return to that hidden valley. She would walk the mountain path again, carrying new lights to add to Kenji's garden. She would sit by the window of the tea house, watching the lanterns dance in the evening breeze, and she would add her own story to the collection of gentle wisdom that resided there among the bamboo groves and flowering paths. But for now, it was enough to rest in the glow of the candle on her table, to feel the soft weight of Kenji's tea warming her from within, to know that somewhere in the mountains, an old man and his cat were tending lights that would burn through the night, ready to guide any traveler who might need their gentle illumination. Outside her window, the first light of dawn was beginning to touch the horizon, but May drifted into sleep before she could see it. In her dreams, she walked again through gardens filled with lanterns, each one glowing with the accumulated kindness of everyone who had ever chosen to add their light to the darkness. And in those dreams, she was both the traveler finding her way and the keeper tending the flames, both the seeker and the sought, both the question and the gentle, luminous answer. The candle on her table burned steadily through the remaining hours of night, casting its small circle of warmth into the darkness, adding its voice to the vast, quiet chorus of lights that connected every sleeping soul to every other, until the whole world seemed to glow with the soft radiance of tended flame.